Good evening. This meeting of the Board of Education of the Houston Independent School District is now reconvened in open session. The time is 5:01 p.m. We have since been joined by Trustees Dygard, Trustee Bluford Daniels, and Trustee Hernandez. She wasn't here the first time. And Trustee Sung. Please rise for a moment of silent meditation. Please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance and pledge to the Texas flag. Superintendent House will now read... Hold on, we didn't do that. Silence.
Thank you very much. Attention, salute, pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. It is now time for special recognitions. We observe this date, November the 11th, as Veterans Day, and I'd like to ask Trustee Flynn Villaseca to read the proclamation.
Whereas members of the armed forces have played a vital role in America's security since the founding of our nation and deserve our deepest appreciation and respect, and whereas citizens have volunteered to serve in the armed forces in times of both war and peace, serving with honor under the most difficult circumstances, and whereas veterans have demonstrated their devotion to the American people and dedication to advancing freedom through their service in the armed forces via active duty, reserve, or National Guard, and whereas veterans have continued to serve the nation as civilians, volunteering their time and expertise to improve their communities as public servants, mentors, and community leaders, and whereas the Houston Independent School District applauds its many employees and former students who have faithfully and loyally served our country in the armed forces. Now, therefore, the Houston Independent School District and the Board of Education recognize today, November 11th, 2021, as Veterans Day, and urge all Houstonians to pay tribute to and show their appreciation of our military personnel and their efforts to secure peace and freedom around the world, and witness thereof of this 11th day of November 2021.
Thank you. Next, we recognize the month of November as American Heritage Month, and I'd like to ask Trustee Cruz to read the proclamation.
Whereas the United States of America, the land of the free and a home of the brave, is also a land of immigrants and a nation of diversity and a country that enjoys the richness of many ethnicities, cultures, and faiths. And whereas Americans, while individually very different, unite in the common vision of freedom for all and the unalienable rights of every citizen to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And whereas American heritage plays a fundamental role in the life of every child and student in the Houston Independent School District and is the foundation for a wealth of opportunities for future success to all who are willing to work for it. And whereas the Houston Independent School District, its teachers and staff are committed to preparing and nurturing our future leaders as they pursue excellence and work to achieve the American dream. Now, therefore, we, the Board of Education and the Superintendent of Schools, are proud to proclaim November 2021 to be American Heritage Month in HISD, with the theme of America's Public Schools, educating the next generation. And we encourage all to recognize the importance of patriotism and celebrate our freedom and the rich traditions of our American heritage, in witness thereof on this 11th day of November 2021.
Thank you. Our next and final recognition is the observance of Education Support Professionals Day. Trustee Bluford Daniels will read the proclamation.
Okay, let me get the right page. Our next and final recognition is in observance of Education Support Professionals Day. The proclamation reads, whereas nearly 3 million people are employed as education support professionals, ESPs, in our nation's public schools and colleges, making up 1/3 of our public education's workforce. And whereas ESPs provide critical services to our students before, during, and after school, both inside and outside the classroom. And whereas these services equip and enable our scholars to be better prepared to learn and to achieve higher levels of academic success, and whereas ESPs fulfill a variety of roles that touch every aspect of a student's life, from reliably transporting them to and from school, to providing healthy meals that fuel their growth and learning, to ensuring the comfort and safety of all who occupy our district facilities. And whereas ESPs are committed to our scholars' success, even at their own personal expense, with 2/3 of them giving money to students to help them pay for school supplies, field trips, and class projects. Therefore, be it resolved that we, the Board of Education of the Houston Independent School District, and the Superintendent of Schools do hereby proclaim November the 17th, 2021 as Education Support Professionals Day in HISD, and encourage everyone to express appreciation for the many contributions of education support professionals. In Houston, Texas, this 11th day of October, 2021, with this year's honorees for Education Support Professionals Day, please stand. At this time, though she's already there, I invite Retha Thomas with Houston Education Support Personnel to please come to the podium already for this recognition.
Sometimes y'all give me but 2 minutes, so I want to go ahead and get it over with. First, I want to say, it's so good to see y'all face. I'm going to call the recipients up. Y'all can just, stand in line so we can get some pictures. Okay, the first one we have is Ava Baker, bus driver. Thank you. Next person is Regina Williams, food service. We have Jerry Barnett, bus driver, Northwest. We have Ricardo Gaza, plant operator, Lamar. The next person we have is Ricky Brown, a supervisor in FMO. Next person we have is Eileen Elego from Brookline Elementary School. Oh, hey! Food service manager. That was my school. I worked at Brookline for 15 years in housekeeping. Okay, we have Geneva Kelly. Geneva Kelly, she food service. Is anybody here from food service? Okay. We have Carol Bird, food service. We have Claudia. Come on.
All right.
Holly Omega, she's a custodian from DD Middle School. And we have Walter Burns. Is he here? He's a electrician from CFS. He's not here. Mr. Gaza, he's not here either. Mr. Martinez, all the guys come from grounds department. And I just like to stress something, y'all. When we have these recognitions, and you get the notification from Janice now, when you pass the information out to the supervisor and stuff like that, you know, we appreciate if y'all pass the information on to your principals and stuff like that so they can know they are being recognized. So they can be recognized also at the location. November 17th is support personnel. And I want to thank Transportation First, CFS, for every year for recognizing their employees. Y'all give them a hand. Okay, we have a special recognition. No, I'm going to say something. During that pandemic, we all was up under stress.
That's right.
It was just horrible. And we seen how our frontline people stood on the line, getting the kids fed, driving these school buses, doing everything to get our neighbors and get our kids fed. So this year, we're going to be giving acknowledgement to our food service employees. Now that y'all did y'all part too. But I want to say, when you seen the food service people standing on the side of the line, on the side of the street in the ice, feeding those kids, that took more than a paycheck.
That's right.
That took an act of love.
That's right.
Act of love for our children. So at this time, I want to present this outstanding plaque for the food service. And Wanda, can you come get it?
Put you to work already.
Thank you, Wanda. Okay, and I want to also acknowledge, it's so important, y'all. It's important. Y'all turn around and look at them.
Just giving instructions.
It is so important, board members, superintendent, to remember that a little kindness goes a long ways. Just a little kindness. These people have been so browbeated so long, when somebody say something nice to them, it scares them. It do. Can I get an amen?
Oh, Lord. Should have gave her a time limit.
Look here. I want to thank Elizabeth Santos. She came out. She went visit Northwest. Kathy, I want to thank you because you went to visit Central. Marilyn, she went to visit Butler. And Superintendent, you went to the Barnett. And all those bus drivers told me to tell y'all, thank y'all for coming out there and remembering them. So it's important. It's important, y'all. Y'all listen to what I'm saying. Stop sometime and just say thank you.
Yeah.
That's not too much to ask for. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now we are ready for the hearing of the community. Students, Please note that we are conducting our hearing of the community in two parts in order to prioritize our students who have signed up to speak. Only those who have registered with the Board Services Office by 9:30 a.m. today may speak this evening. Should any registered speaker wish to distribute handout materials to the board, the materials must have been provided to Board Services by 9:30 a.m. today. We have two student speakers who have registered for the hearing of the community this evening, and comments shall be limited to 2 minutes each. So that each person who has signed up to speak can be heard by the board, we ask that there be no disruption of the meeting by members of the audience, no abusive statements or actions, no threats of confrontation, and no audible expressions by the audience of disapproval or approval. We ask that you please speak directly into the microphone. The clock on the wall to your right and on the podium will count down your time and will signal when your time is up. I ask that you please respect our procedures and the other speakers and end your remarks promptly when your time has expired. Will Anaya Leela Brooks please come to the podium?
I attend Longfellow Elementary. I am in 2nd grade and I have dyslexia. Dyslexia doesn't mean you aren't smart. It just means you learn different. I'm asking you to put more money into dyslexia services and more teachers that know how to handle dyslexia students. Thank you.
Thank you, Anaya. Melissa Ortega. Melissa Ortega. We have now come to the portion of our meeting where we hear from speakers to specific agenda items. We have 8 speakers registered this evening who shall be limited to 2 minutes each per board policy. Please speak to the agenda item you have signed up for. We also ask that speakers stay on topic and refrain from naming individuals, especially students, as their identity is protected under law. But you may name your own child. Our first item held for registered speaker is agenda item A1, approval of personal services performed by the superintendent. Will Glory Medina please come to the podium? Our next item held for registered speakers is agenda item A2, acceptance of board monitoring update, presentation of Goal 3, progress measure 1. Will Sandra Rodriguez, also registered for K1, please come to the podium?
Buenas tardes, good evening. My name is Sandra Rodriguez. I am the Advocacy Director at Latinos for Education and a proud parent of a senior at an HISD school. We noticed a decrease in the number of students taking the SAT and ACT tests. We are eager to hear the administration's plan to increase the number of students to take the SAT and ACT. There are students who may find it difficult to navigate the process because families may not have the resources or experience around college and career readiness. Low-income and minority students oftentimes have less access to school-based supports than their counterparts within the same schools. Without schools to help address those gaps, they may be left on their own to navigate post-graduation planning. Students should have access to internships and multiple counselors to help navigate these resources. What are you doing to ensure that students are receiving the appropriate resources and support to be college and career ready? We recommend schools stay connected with students to ensure students know where to find information about key milestones, requirements, and post-graduation opportunities. Also, Latino families across HISD have expressed that one of the barriers to family engagement in their child's education is the lack of information in Spanish. We want to emphasize the importance of creating a more inclusive environment for families by providing Spanish interpretation and translation. Families want to participate, and this service should be a norm. This will create a welcoming space for families to establish trust and improve communication. We recommend you invest in simultaneous interpretation and translation devices for a more efficient way of communicating. We also recommend audio interpretation and translation of the school board meeting live streaming. Thank you.
Thank you. Noelia Favik, also registered for K1.
Buenas tardes, me llamo Noelia Fadik.
Good evening, my name is Noelia Fadik.
Tengo 3 niños. Tengo uno en high
children.
school, en middle school y elementary. Y todos están en el
High school, middle school, and what else?
elementary.
Elementary.
Estoy aquí para hablar del punto A12.
I'm here to speak about 812.
Nosotros como padres hemos notado que el entusiasmo
We as parents have noticed that the enthusiasm
y el porcentaje del número de estudiantes
and the percentage and number of students
han perdido el interés
have lost the interest
en tomar los exámenes ACTAs y ACT.
taking the SAT and ACT.
Estoy aquí para poder pedir recursos porque estamos ansiosos que nuestros niños se sienten motivados.
And so I'm here to ask for resources so that our children are motivated.
Y no solo que también puedan recibir los recursos para y enterarse y las herramientas, qué es lo que se toma para ir a la universidad, a qué universidades tienen ellos el acceso de poder tener.
So not only the resources, but also to know the information so that they can go to the university, what other resources they need to get there.
Pero no solo eso, que también se aseguren que cada escuela en Houston tengan el recurso, que tengan también más consejerías sobre el tema, claro.
So she would also like to see more resources as far as counselors so that they can speak about the subject to the students.
Y también sobre K1 me interesa más que todo.
She also wants to speak about K1.
Prácticamente por lo mismo ahorita es muy bueno que tengan sistemas de
Traducción para los hispanos.
So she's addressing the fact of having a system of translations for Hispanics.
En todo momento, en todas las reuniones.
In all meetings,
Y sería
in
bueno
all
que lo
moments.
extiendan también hasta las escuelas, porque ahí es donde empieza todo.
And she would like to see this extended to the schools because that's where everything begins. That's it.
Our next item held for registered speakers is Agenda Item B2, approval of amended resolutions ordering November 2nd, 2021 general election for Houston Independent School District single-member districts 1, 5, 6, 7, and 9. Will Laura Lim please come to the podium?
I'm here as a concerned parent and taxpayer to discuss the clarification of Agenda Item B2. Please explain to me what approval of amended resolution ordering November 2nd, 2021 general election for HISD means. I would like an explanation, clarification, and transparency, especially if it will affect the November 2nd election. Also, this sounds like a conflict of interest since all the current board members are incumbents running in this election. Also, I'm here to discuss the mass exodus of children from HISD schools. Over a period of the last 5 years in HISD, we have seen a declining enrollment trend. Why is that? Could it be that HISD has shifted from a focus on education of the basic subjects like reading, writing, math, and science to a focus on culture and sexuality? Let's not blame our district's poor performance on the current times of COVID, but rather look at what the current school board focused on these last 5 years. Renaming schools and stadiums at the expense of taxpayers' dollars, cutting programs in underserved schools, cutting special ed resources, etc. Let's look at why budgets are being cut in most of the schools in our districts when 45% of our increasing property taxes go to HISD. My daughter's school's budget has been cut by $1 million, even though she attends the largest middle school in the district. Many things are wrong here, and it's time to stop saying you're ready to listen to our concerns. We are past that. It's time to start doing something about all of this because it should have been done 5 years ago. Thank you.
Ashley Solano. Jessica Bowman. Our next item here for registered speakers is agenda item D1, approval of fall 2021 class size waivers request. Will Daniel Santos please come to the podium?
Good evening, members of the board, Superintendent House. My name is Daniel Santos, HFT Executive Vice President, and I rise to speak on agenda item D1, class size waivers. HFT expresses concern over the district's decision to submit over 1,000 class size waiver requests, over 400 of those requests for kindergarten and first grade classes. It is unfortunate that conditions still exist that contribute to the teacher shortage. Low wages and persistent toxic working environments, for example, at some campuses. This decision is especially stunning because 6 months ago, this board accepted revisions to AE Local, committing the district to significantly decreasing the student-teacher ratio in early childhood classes. Instead, the district is moving in the opposite direction. In a year in which our youngest students are still grappling with the impact of COVID, and their parents and their teachers deserve a safer, healthier classroom environment. Early education research is clear. With smaller class sizes, teachers are able to provide more individualized attention and engage in more dialogues with children, key factors in academic and social development. HFT and parents urge the board to demand a bolder plan that serves our youngest children better and attracts and retains more teachers and support staff. And we hope that that plan can manifest soon. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our last item held for registered speakers is agenda item K4, approval of proposed revisions to board policy, buildings, grounds, and equipment management, maintenance, second reading. Will Tracy Riley please come to the podium? This concludes our hearing of registered speakers.
I'm Tracy Riley. Thank you for the opportunity. My 4 kids are out there. Can I go ahead? Okay, thank you for having me this evening. My name is Tracy Riley, and I am the proud parent of 4 children in HISD learning at 3 different campuses. I am here to ask HISD to immediately allocate funds to complete outstanding work order repairs at our schools. Mold, broken HVAC, termites in the walls, fences needing repair, and so much more. For at least 5 years, I've seen work orders submitted, but the repairs not completed. These are issues at Love Elementary, St. Clair Elementary, and many other campuses in the district. I know there's a bond coming up. I sure hope there's one. But not every school will be on the bond. And even if they were, many schools need stopgap repairs for the kids who are learning in them right now. We need to prioritize our oldest schools first, where the students have the greatest need. We need to make sure our schools are safe for our kids right now. At Love Elementary, where my youngest children attend, you can see through the holes in the doors because termites are actively eating through them. Mold is growing in the classrooms and windows, and it's the first thing that the children see when they enter. I know that money is an issue, but basic repairs are important, and I want to know what I can do for the children at Love Elementary and all of our other schools in the district, that we have a safe place to learn. Principals are turning in work orders, and the work orders are being closed without the work ever having been completed. What can I do as a parent to work with you as HISD administration to get this fixed? I know in the past that many trustees have had their hands tied over operational process. So I'm looking to you guys as administration to say, let us support you out on the streets, in the schools, from behind the fence or within the walls now that we have the chance to be there. Thank you for the time.
Thank you. This concludes our hearing of registered speakers for agenda items. Before we go on with the board meeting, we please ask that our audience members please honor our rules for wearing masks and consider this as your warning before removal. Thank you. We're now ready to consider our discussion and report item. A2, acceptance of board monitoring update, presentation of Goal 3 Progress Measure 1. Superintendent House, we are ready for your update. Colleagues, please hold your questions until the presentation is complete.
Yes, ma'am. I'd like to invite Dr. Allison Madney to the podium to talk to us a little bit about Goal 3 Progress Measure number 1. Dr. Madney.
Great. Thank you, Superintendent House, President Allen, trustees. I am here this evening to walk through a deeper dive into Goal 3, Progress Measure 1, and include some information around graduation and dropout and post-secondary enrollment as well. There we go. Okay, thank you. Tonight, Goal Progress Measure 3.1 for 10th and 12th graders. So last month we did a deep dive into our current 11th graders, but we've added in our current 10th and 12th graders as well. Also, as stated, we're going to be looking at a preview of the graduation and dropout report that will be coming out and being published in the next week, as well as our post-secondary enrollment report. And as a reminder, in January, we'll do a deeper dive into 3.2, our students who have met our CCMR indicators on AP, IB, dual credit, or dual enrollment. And in February, that deeper dive into students meeting our industry-based certification targets. So as a reminder, with Goal 3 the percentage of graduates that meet the criteria for CCMR, College Career Military Readiness, as measured in Domain 1 of the State Accountability System, will increase 8 percentage points from 63% for 17-18 graduates to 71% for 22-23 graduates that get reported in 2024. Progress Measure 3.1 states the percentage of students who by the end of the 11th grade have demonstrated college readiness by satisfying the Texas Success Initiative, TSI requirements, either through SAT, ACT, or the Texas Success Initiative assessment, will increase 8 percentage points from 24 in 2019 to 32 in 2024. So this is some of this information is a review from last month that we looked at, but we've added in some additional information around our 10th graders and 12th graders. So the 10th grade information is new and the 12th grade information is new. But we see the same trends that we discussed last month around our assessment participation rates. Due to COVID, we had to pause the SAT. It was not offered in the spring of 2020, and we've been recouping efforts to get students access to those assessments that had to be paused for our COVID time period. So what this data does is really drive our decision making around getting kids to take the school day SAT assessment. ACT is not one that we offer during the school day, but several of our students go and take the ACT elsewhere on their own. And then TSI reading and TSIA math are assessments typically taken for entry into our dual credit programs. And so we're looking at identifying students who want entry into those programs and ensuring that those assessments are available for them as well. So on this slide, what we added from last month is in 2020-2021, that 10th grade bar and 12th grade bar. So what's important here is to look at the trajectory of 10th grade. Historically, we have students moving from 10th grade into 11th grade at about 3% already meeting the TSI. Typically, those are students who want to take dual credit as 11th graders, so they've already taken that TSIA assessment to gain entry into those courses. We're 1 percentage point behind this year, so that 10th grade bar of 2% are our current 11th graders right now. So what that means programmatically is really looking at recouping how can we engage our current 11th graders at a pretty rapid pace to ensure that they have access again to these assessments. And what we're encouraged about is that we are taking the SAT school day in the spring for this 11th grade group. So we anticipate this number going up, as typically it does, but we have to reach 26 percentage points to meet our target and be on track for this year. So it's a heavy lift for our current junior class. This next slide is familiar again. What we've added in is 2020, 2021, 10th graders and 12th graders. And so again, that 10th grade, those were those students that already took the TSI to enter dual credit and have already checked off that CCMR checkbox. But we are behind, and so lots of efforts have to be made to ensure, again, that access to those assessments, that we've got quality interventions in place, looking at communicating to campuses who those students are, who have met and who have not met, ensuring that those Khan Academy dashboards are accessible, and that we're getting students the data that they need and the practice they need headed into that school day SAT. All right, so our students with disabilities assessment participation rates, again, just added in that 10th and 11th grade. And looking and using this data to, again, guide our efforts, especially with that 11th grade class this year. So the percentage of students with disabilities meeting TSI reading and math by grade level, as we discussed last month, that 11th grade bar went from 1 the last 2 years to 4 this year. So again, there were some reasons behind that we discussed, but again, we're looking at our 10th grade class as 11th graders this year coming in with 0. So all those same efforts to surround and support these students is critical. So here we have it by grade level. Again, just added that 10th and 12th grade, seeing those same trends. And then in October, I discussed with y'all that our next steps were the rollout of the Khan Academy dashboard district-wide, which puts a lot of great, powerful data in campus administration's hands to help work with students in order to achieve these targets. And then also working on linking curriculum to skills necessary for TSIA success, whether it's an SAT, the TSI assessment, or ACT, and then also addressing the COVID impact. So I want to update you. In a month we've been busy, so our next steps now are identifying overlap and unique curriculum of SAT and ACT. We've already met as a cross-functional CCMR action committee, and we're going to add a couple more layers to that, but we've already had initial conversations about the importance and the value of this work and embedding this in curriculum to make sure that there's exposure at all levels and not just through Khan Academy or work that students do outside of the classroom. And then we've also been investigating the PSAT and TSI alignment, so that we can hopefully bring to trustees a little bit even more granular data on our students who take PSAT, NMSQT in 10th grade and 11th grade and how that aligns to TSI. So hot off the press today, we have some good news around that. So I'm hoping to be able to embed some more data points going forward for this area. So now I'm going to do a little teaching about the graduation and dropout report that, like I said, is going to be published before the Thanksgiving holiday. So with graduation rates, we look at a 4-year longitudinal cohort. So what that means is students who enter as 9th graders, they have to graduate by August of their 12th grade year. So not just May, but they have all the way up to August 31st. So throughout that summer as well. If students leave the cohort and say they go to another district, another state, they go back to another country, we have to make sure we code them accurately where they went. And if we don't, then they're coded as dropouts, which will be the next part of this report. But what I want to show you here is, as we look at our student groups and graduation rate, we have some interesting trends from 2011 to 2020. We have some solid increases in our all students student group, our African American, our Hispanic, and our economically disadvantaged student groups. So really excited to see those increases, not just one-year increases, but from 2011 all the way to 2020. Our white student group has dipped over the course of the years. From 2019 to 2020, about a 3-point dip there. And so all of those student groups that I've just discussed are right there together in about the 83% mark, have clustered together. Our Asian student population continues to hover at the top. And then our two lowest performing graduation content areas are students with disability, and then our EL students. And what that means by EL 9 through 12 is if they were ever an English learner in grades 9 through 12. So even if they've exited in 11th grade, they're still counted here because they were an English learner in their high school time period. So next we're going to look at where the state is. So that's where we are as a district. And so a couple of items to highlight. The state is higher than HISD for each of those student groups that we just outlined. However, HISD showed a higher 1- and 2-year growth for all of those student groups, other than the Asian student group where both HISD and the state decreased. So HISD is trending in the right direction. We're getting there. We're just not outperforming the state yet. And then HIC had a smaller 1-year decrease with Asian students than the state did. So now let's talk about dropout rate. So I mentioned a minute ago a little bit about dropout rate. When a student leaves HISD, we have to give them what's called a leaver code. So we have to have a reason why they've left, and we have to report that reason to the state. When a student leaves and we get a records request from Cy-Fair ISD, we know that they've moved to Cy-Fair ISD, we assign the code for move to another Texas district. So there's a list of leaver codes that are appropriate. Then there's one that basically means we don't know where they went. We lost touch with them, we don't know, we have not coded where they've gone accurately. So that is what we call our dropout number. And the state considers those as students who have dropped out of school because we can't account for where they've gone. So what this chart shows is our, we have had, and graduation rate we want to be very high, dropout rate we want to be very low. So we have to accustom what we're looking at as targets here. So we've actually had 6 of these student groups decrease since 2019. So again, we're headed in the right direction. We want these numbers to decrease. We are still higher than where we were in 2011, but we are making efforts to ensure that this is going in the right direction. With dropouts, there could be 2 reasons for that. One is they're legitimate dropouts. Students legitimately dropped out of school. They are still here in Houston. They are just not attending class with us. The other part is ensuring that that code is coded correctly. So if we don't find out until 6 months later where the student went, it's important to go back and code that. And so what we're doing right now is investigating, are we making sure as an organization and on campuses that that coding process is happening timely and that we're following up with students that we think are dropouts but may really have gone somewhere else legitimately. We just need to come and code them again. All right, so again, the state data is here. HISD is, again, higher than the state, so we have ground to make up, but we've had higher decreases than the state for African American, all students, Hispanic, economically disadvantaged, EL, and students with disabilities. So again, we're headed in the right direction. We're making up more ground to reach our goals. So now we'll move to the post-secondary enrollment piece. So we partner with an organization called National Student Clearinghouse. And this organization, we submit our graduation data to them. They partner with about 99% of post-secondary institutions, 2- and 4-year colleges across the United States. And so then they send back to us matching indicators, where students are, and we interchange this data several times a year to account for fall as well as spring enrollment for students in post-secondary institutions. So unlike when I come up here and talk to y'all about the TAPER report, and I say this is only for students who went to post-secondary in Texas, this is actually throughout the entire United States. So this one is much more comprehensive. So when we look at these data points, you can see we have our COVID-19 line there. We had some steady increases in our graduates, in our 1-year enrollment, and in our fall enrollment. So what that means is we look at, so the top line is our number of seniors for each of those classes. So for example, there were 11,425 seniors in 2020. Graduates is the yellow line. And we had an anomaly in 2020, and we think we know what happened. So in 2020, we had more graduates than seniors. And that is due to our early grads. So students who were juniors and they chose to graduate early, and we're thinking that it's most likely because of the pandemic, that they just weren't going to hang around. They went ahead and graduated early and went on to what they were going to do in post-secondary life. Then our blue line is the number of students that enroll after 1 year, within 1 year of graduating from us. And then the green line is the number of students that enrolled immediately after graduation in the fall. So you can see that we recoup some students that may not enroll in the fall, but go ahead and enroll for the spring, or maybe even the summer, within 1 year of their graduation. On this next slide, we are looking at the percentage of graduates enrolled in college in the fall and within 1 year. And so our percentage, we did see decreases. But nationally, what's important to note is we saw a 9% decrease of students enrolling within 1 year. Nationally, there was a 7.5% decrease in urban areas, so we're above the urban area, but there was an 11.4% decrease among high poverty districts across the nation. So we are lower than the national average for high poverty school districts. So here we're going to look at the enrollment within 1 year of high school graduation, which is the top line. So that, again, that's the same numbers that we just saw. But we've divided it out by 1 year enrollment in a 4-year institution, which is that darker blue line in the middle, versus 1 year enrollment at a 2-year institution, which is on the bottom. So what this tells us is we have more students entering 4-year institutions than 2-year institutions within 1 year of graduating from us. You'll notice the pretty significant dip in the 2-year from 24 to 18. This is a national trend. Nationwide, the 2-year enrollment at 2-year institutions declined nationally. They took the biggest hit due to COVID. So here are our top 10 post-secondary institutions for our HISD class of 2020. You can see our number 1 is Houston Community College, University of Houston, and on down to Texas State in the top 10. 7 of the top 10 are within 50 miles of Houston. So kids are staying very close to home. The other 3 are still in Texas, though. UT, A&M, and Texas State are still within Texas. So this tells us that our kids are not venturing very far from us and might even be still living at home and commuting to some of these institutions for their post-secondary work. Our percentage of HISD graduates enrolled in higher ed within 1 year by race ethnicity. So we're taking the same data set but parsing it out by race ethnicity. Whereas all of our race ethnicity saw declines, we're most concerned about the greatest decline with our African American and Hispanic students. They saw, whereas white and Asian saw 3-point declines, we have 8 and 10 with our Hispanic and African American populations. There we go. Our percentage of graduates, so rather than race ethnicity, we're now looking at our special ed and English learner populations here. Again, we have those declines. We can see our male students declined at a lower rate in special ed than our, I'm sorry. There we go. Okay, gender. Sorry, the data didn't match what I was talking about. So with gender, we have our male students declined at a greater rate than our female students. Our economically disadvantaged students declined at a greater rate than our non-economically disadvantaged students. So again, lots of work to do still around with all of our students around ensuring access, ensuring preparedness, and ensuring that they know that they are prepared and are ready and having those conversations about going to post-secondary institutions. All right, so on this slide, we're parsing it out by special education and English learner students. Again, similar trends, 9-point decrease among non-special ed, but only an 8-point decrease among special ed students. Still significantly lower than non-special ed, but didn't decrease as much. Whereas English learners decreased by 10 percentage points and non-English learners only decreased by 7. So now we'll look at the persistence data. So students who enrolled within 1 year and then stayed for a second year. So let's talk a little bit about the circumstances around this data. Class of 2019 is the population I want you to look at on the far right. So class of 2019 would have entered college, enter a post-secondary institution in 1920. In spring of their freshman year is when COVID hit. So what we're looking at is the percent that went back at the beginning of August, still in the middle of the pandemic, in 2021. So what we see is our Asian students and our white students went back. The majority of those went back for that second year in the middle of the pandemic. But all students, African American and Hispanic, were less likely to go back for that second year during that pandemic. Our white students, actually, we saw a pretty significant jump up in persistence in the middle of a pandemic. And that concludes the presentation of those 3 topics.
Thank you. We are ready for comments or questions from trustees. For each item of discussion, we will have 2 rounds of 2 minutes each. If an additional round is desired, that can be done with a motion, second, and a board vote. Trustee Cruz?
Thank you for this very thorough presentation. I'm really excited and want to congratulate the administration on the next steps outlined. I'm really excited to see the Con-District dashboard and the data that's going to be able to give y'all. And I just recently learned that I can actually link my kids' account to my account and track their progress as well. So parents, be on the lookout for that. And I'm really looking forward to seeing the fruits of linking that curriculum to the TSI success. So slide 8. Encouraged by this as well, and I hope to continue to see this upward trend with our students with disabilities. And I think we touched on this last month, but what is it that's working so well, particularly with students with disabilities in reading?
Dr. Madney?
I think it was slide 8.
Is this the one that, the assessment participation?
No, I wonder if I was looking at an old presentation. It's the one. Yes, this one.
So when we look at our students with disabilities, as we discussed last month, sometimes this is a numbers piece. And so we had more students with disabilities because we're improving our identification processes. So we had more students with disabilities. And so because we had more, we had a greater percentage that was, a greater number that was meeting TSI.
Okay, I do remember you saying that. Okay, slide 12, but it may be slide 13. I was looking at what was in the portal. Oh no, it was slide 12. You mentioned the cross-functional CCMR committee. Can you touch on that a little more and what the role is?
Yeah, so our initial meeting was a subset, and it was with secondary curriculum, accountability, and our college and career readiness department, just having an initial conversation around what some data points look like and some alignment or misalignment. So it was very surface level, and then our next round we're involving the school's office and several other components to ensure that we have even more at the table, and we're going to really dig in to the College Board dashboard, which provides us lots of comprehensive data, and our College Readiness Department has produced quite a bit of alignment data, and so we're really digging into that, and then having some subcommittees that will go out and examine from a content side where each of the when we have an SAT standard that does not align with our TEKS curriculum, our Texas Essential Knowledge and Skills, where that needs to be put in the curriculum alignment, where it makes most sense so that students are exposed to that.
Okay, wonderful. Slide 14. For the student groups that decreased, what, can you explain that trend?
Dr. Madney?
So this is the graduation rate slide. Mm-hmm. So we had one student group decrease from 19 to 20, and that was our Asian student population. And I have not dug into if that was clustered in a certain area, if it was due to just numerator and denominator,
okay.
Kind of like the special ed component, but that's one of the things that is our next steps as well.
Okay. Slide 19. Is this breakdown is it only for college degrees, or does it include like certificates?
You mean career tech certificates?
Yes.
Dr. Madden?
Yes, it's only college degrees. So that very last line on the bottom, the dark blue college degrees, they only look at 6 year, after 6 years if they've earned a degree.
So then only 4-year degrees?
They look at all the way up to 6. Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry. So the type of degree, is it only a 4-year institution or an associate's as well?
It does not include associates.
Okay. Okay.
It does include associates.
Okay. No worries. Thank you. And then what is the projection of the trajectory? So, I mean, I know this data goes up to the class of 2015, and obviously we wouldn't have it for the class of 2016 yet. Based on data you do have, can you project that trajectory?
Dr. Madney?
This is the most recent data we have.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Slide 20, if I still have time. So we are putting a lot of resources into college and career readiness, and the trend prior to COVID for increasing college enrollment and completion was largely flat. Would love some insight into this.
Dr. Cruz, would you mind sharing some insight in reference to this particular data point?
Yes, so partially that was attributed to higher graduation rates. So as we increase our graduation rates, right, the delta, the students that we tend to graduate more are those at-risk students who are really struggling, right? So we're going to go back to the denominator, that if you look at the size of our graduating classes, they've been steadily increasing. The other part is, I mean, we have, of course, as you all know, we have this large partnership with Texas Connections, and that's an institution that we've been struggling with significantly in terms of those are students that are scattered all throughout the state, and many of those students opt not to go to college. So we're working, actually, we're putting some measures in place right now to address that. But if you factor that out, actually their rate goes up. So I would say those are the kind of the two contributing factors, is the increase in size, which is, again, a good thing because we're seeing less dropout, but at the same time having more challenge to move the needle for all of our students.
Okay, that's helpful. And then in slide 21, are we doing a timer? I feel like I've been going forever. So if I'm reading this correctly, about half of our kids, more or less, depending on the year, are enrolling in a higher institution after high school. Am I looking at that correctly?
Dr. Maddy? Yes.
Okay.
Correct.
And what is the, I guess, long-term goal? Like, what would we expect for our students? Okay, there's my timer.
Trustee Santos?
Timer with no one. Yeah.
Thank you, President Allen, Dr. Matney, for the presentation, Superintendent House. So my question is regarding slide page 14, packet page 22, and it's the breakdown of graduation rates for our English language learners, EL, English learners. So I'm trying to see what this data tells me, Dr. Matney. Does this mean that we're putting less resources to our English language learners than our students with disabilities?
No. Dr. Maddy?
Yeah, I wouldn't say that either. Students who are English learners, and they're still English learners in high school, are either long-term ELs, and there is a HERC research report that's been coming out about that. And so they're historically behind in content, in credits. And so when you look at this as our 4-year graduation rate, our accountability includes 5-year and 6-year, but this is just within 4 years. If they're already behind, then that 4-year is a struggle for them to make up the credits that are required. If they come to us from another country as high school students, they're typically behind because even if they've attended school, it may not align with the Texas graduation standards. So
what that does tell me is we are not putting the resources that we need to, catch our kids up. So what I meant by that, because you said that this number included students that were exited out, whether you're exited 9th, 10th, 11th, or 12th, and your high, advanced high, and so forth. So I get what you're saying. Is there a program, or what type of resources do teachers with English language learners have to use to be able to catch, like, someone that comes from the Congo, or, if they don't have the resources, how are we getting them there? It goes back to my original question, the resources that we need to make sure our students get what they need.
And we'd be glad to provide a kind of a detailed insight information to all board members in reference to what we're doing specifically in EL. I know for certain Dr. Madney's not going to be able to provide all of that insight and information, and there are several things, so we'd be glad to put that list together, Ms. Tran, for all trustees.
Okay, so, all right, thank you.
Trustee Guidry?
Thank you, President Allen. Just a couple of questions, Dr. Superintendent House.
Microphone.
It says on. Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Okay. On slide 12,
Can you explain to me just a little bit about what does the cross-functional CCMR Action Committee do? What's their function?
Sure, so we've just kicked off and had our initial conversation about this need and the superintendent's direction to us to start this and have these conversations. And it really is looking at how do we increase these metrics across the board. So one of the pieces that we started with is looking at the curriculum and the overlap of the SAT, ACT, but we'll end up diving into every piece of our CCMR indicators in order to meet the goal that the board has set out for us.
Excellent. And who's a part of that committee? Is it teachers or community members? Who all?
Sure. Dr. Maddy, would you share kind of the makeup of the committee?
Yeah, so right now we've just started our very initial conversation about the need and the direction from the superintendent to have this. And it started with the leaders in college career readiness, leaders in secondary curriculum. There was an accountability piece there for us to be able to talk if there's any accountability questions, but the long term is incorporating many more groups to ensure that every voice is heard in these conversations.
Excellent. Thank you. On slide 16, it deals with the dropout rate. How long does a student have to be out of school to be considered a dropout?
Dr. Maddy?
I am not sure if it's a number of days and what that looks like, but we can get that for you.
Would you please? Mm-hmm. And then how are we following up to determine how to properly code? Because you said after 6 months or so, you have to go back and make sure you're correctly coding and that kind of thing. So what are we doing to follow up to make sure we are properly coding?
Dr. Maddy?
Yeah, so there's training from our federal and state compliance group. They work with contacts at every campus to ensure that, number one, the initial knowledge is there, and then the reminders of this is how many, the code that's a dropout code is called 98. This is how many 98 codes you have at your campus. Make sure you go back, verify, check that piece. And so there's reminders, there's that constant communication between federal and state compliance, which runs our PEEMS submission, our data that goes to the state for compliance and funding and accountability, and the campus level who's doing the coding and the follow-up with students.
And so when does the coding occur? For instance, if a child enters school and then later drops out, would that child be considered coded as in school for the entire year?
So it probably depends on what report you're talking about. For the dropout report, they would be considered a dropout. But if they're in school through the snapshot date, then they would be considered for funding. So say they're in school through snapshot and they take STAR and then they drop out 4 days before school's out. They would be considered a dropout, but for accountability, they were here for snapshot, they took the state assessment, so it really depends on what report. We always say every data point could be correct, it depends on what lens you're looking at it.
Okay, all right, thank you. And then one last question would be on slide 22. Do we have a breakdown of race or ethnicity enrolling in each of these universities?
I don't have that with me this evening, but it's available.
It is available? May I request a copy of that, Superintendent House?
Sure, we'll get it to all board members, all trustees. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Matney. Trustee Bluford Daniels?
Thank you, Madam President. Superintendent House, just a few questions. Trustee Guidry must be reading my brain because I had a question on page 22, package page 22, the HISD 4-year longitude graduation rate. Package page 22. And just to follow up to Trustee Guidry's question, and that is, thank you for this detailed report too, Dr. Madden, by the way. When you say Code 98, you mentioned about sometimes they can be coded incorrectly. And then you can go, there's time to go back and make corrections to the coding. When can that, what's that period that you can make those corrections? What's that timeline if they're coded incorrectly prior to graduation? And the reason why I'm asking that, because just like you were saying to Trustee Guidry, you can start at the beginning of the year, take the STAR test, and drop out for a week before school is ended. And you'd be coded 98, I presume, at that point. So if they're not technically out and they're coded 98, can you still have time to make that correction? Say they miss 4 of the last 5 days of school and they're incorrectly coded. Because that's what you were saying. There's time to make correction to the coding when you find out that it's been incorrectly coded. And I'm just curious what that timeline is prior to graduation.
Dr. Madden, any insight in reference to coding here?
We can get that to you. There are definite rules around that. When our staff went out to recover students that had not re-enrolled, that timeline is the end of September to be considered now not a dropout, but back re-enrolled with us. But there's a more detailed timeline we can get for you.
Okay, I was just curious about that because I was listening to you talk about, the opportunity to make that correction. And the other question I had on package page 20 about the CCMR, the conversations, is there a process, as I ask, as a follow-up, that we're surveying parents and students to determine what career opportunities should be tailored to specific areas? I asked that question again, particularly about the maritime, Wheatley being close to the Port of Houston. I saw the photo. Of course, that's the first thing I said. But I think it's very, very important to determine location proximity to some of these opportunities for these young people to be able to go into a career in particular fields.
Yeah, that's actually going to be a part of the strategic work moving forward to really make those connections with employers, make those connections with businesses that want to be a major partner in what happens and have a major need in terms of employment opportunities as well. The willingness also to have the internships and externships because that's where the rubber meets the road, especially from a career tech and skilled labor standpoint. So that will be a part of what we do moving forward.
And thank you for that. I saw the photos. Thank you for that opportunity to meet up with the maritime people. But I just want to make sure that we're providing the correct career pathways for the communities that are applicable to those particular communities. Because, some communities might not take robotics and may need maritime. So it's important. Thank you.
Trustee Hernandez.
Thank you, Mr. House, and thank you, Dr. Matney, for the presentation. I'm glad to see that we have overall growth compared to the state regarding graduation rates and a higher decrease in our dropout rates than the state. My first question is on slide 6. And I know that we have our 10th graders in red right there. So my question is, can we increase that percentage of 10th graders? And do you think that it would be helpful to increase that percentage?
Of course, every percentage point that we move a child or children forward is extremely important, and the goal is to not only move one subgroup, but to move every grade level and every subgroup. So yes, we do believe that we can improve in that area and that we will improve in that area. Dr. Maddy, any additional insight you'd like to provide here?
I echo your thoughts, exactly.
Are there any extra steps that are being taken in 10th grade, specifically in the 10th grade area, I'm asking, to help increase that number?
Dr. Madney, or Dr. Cruz?
Well, I think the Khan Academy dashboard is going to be incredibly powerful. We had begun administering the PSAT to students in 8th grade in the district, and we, as you all know, with your support and superintendent support, we essentially fund that from 8th through 11th grade. So leveraging that tool now and giving teachers the data that they need to figure out exactly what objectives they need to focus on for students, and then providing students the opportunity to engage in robust preparation through Khan Academy, I think will contribute to success across all grade levels.
Thank you. Then I did have a question about the definition of college, but Trustee Cruz already asked that. So my next question is on slide 22. And I'm glad to see all these Texas schools on here. Texas has a lot of great schools. We're a huge state. And I was a student of HISD who went out of state, and when I talked to a lot of students, they're like, I also want to go out of state. Do you have the percentage of students who, do we track that, the percentage of students who go out of state? And are there any initiatives to, like, opportunities that are being presented to students? Because there are 49 other other states and universities all over the world. So just want to see what else is out there or what we're doing in terms of that.
Yeah, we definitely track that information, and we definitely can get you more insight in terms of where students are landing, whether it's in-state. We do see, and I'm not for certain, but I do know, being that I've been across the country a bit, that there are several states that offer border tuition or don't charge the out-of-state fees. Sometimes those things are attractive. Of course, there are states that make their situations even more promising and inviting because of their promise programs that pay for the first 2 years. Not something that's happening in Texas, but I'm just saying that is something that would keep our students in the state of Texas and would be more attractive to the associate's degree programs and the bachelor degree programs that are out there. Yep.
Thank you. And my next question is right on the next slide. On slide 23, in 2019, we saw a decrease in two of our populations. Right here. Oh, wow. Okay, well, I was just asking, do we know why? Do we have any explanation for that? That's it.
Dr. Maddie, feel free to go ahead and...
So it really goes back to what Dr. Cruz said about the denominator of graduates increasing. And so when you have more graduates, you have more to make sure are going to these post-secondary institutions if that's their path.
Trustee Song?
So then to follow up on that last question, are you telling me that the numerator is going up? It's just that the denominator is going up faster?
I don't have that in front of me, but I do know the denominator is going up.
Okay. Okay, thank you. What proportion of our senior class, our graduating classes, are Texas Connection students at this point?
I don't have that in front of me either, but that's something that we can access.
It comes up every time we try to interpret this information, and I know it drives, particularly for our white students, a lot of the numbers and the trends that we see. And because the strategies, Texas Connection students are HISD students, but I recognize that the strategies we employ for them, because they're geographically dispersed, have to be different than the strategies we employ for students who are here in Houston. And so I'm wondering if it may be helpful to just see the data with and without Texas Connections. Maybe not for everything, but for some of these trends so that we can think more clearly about how are we doing absent of Texas Connections, and then how are we doing with Texas Connection students?
We can definitely do that.
Thank you. Let me go to slide 6. So we saw this slide last month, and I understand what's been added are the 10th and 12th grade data for 2020 and 2021. So I'm thinking about our seniors who finished in 2021. Do we have any sense of how this compares to the state? I mean, we saw a drop. I imagine districts across the state saw a drop. Do you have any sense of how we compare here?
When taper comes out, we should have that information then. Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then, what can we do? I mean, this slide and then so many of the slides in these presentations show that our seniors have struggled. The students who have left us during the pandemic have struggled. Once they've graduated and they're no longer an HISD student, what can we do to help our students who didn't enter college, who, graduated with less than we would have wanted them to have graduated with? What do we do? My heart is kind of hurting right now.
I think one of the things that we do is partner with our local community colleges as well. Look at the possibility of holding whether it be job fairs to bring some of the industry supports in and bring those students back in. I think there's a lot of different engaging opportunities to make sure that they understand that we care and that we want to continue to assure that their success is headed in the right direction.
And Superintendent House, if I may add to that, one of the other concrete things that we're doing differently in response to this data is Dr. Matney's team, in fact, is now running the fall enrollment for us earlier. So we have a snapshot of what our seniors last year, where they are in the fall. And Mr. David Johnson and the College Career Readiness team have a whole strategy around reaching out to. We're very fortunate in that for the past few years, we've been collecting the students' cell phone information. We have a data management system built on Salesforce through which we can text those students. So the thought being we can then match up which students didn't enroll in college, even if they indicated they were. We'll know who they are now, and then we can reach out and continue to support them even though they've already graduated and helping them get into college.
I imagine our local community colleges would love to have us using, our data and contact information and to encourage them to take part in fairs to learn more about college opportunities. Okay, slide 7. So here we have a breakout between reading and math, and actually I'm a little surprised by this. I had the impression that during the pandemic, the learning loss was more in the area of math, but am I reading this correctly, that there's significant gaps or drops in the area of reading as well, or maybe greater than in math at this level, at the high school level?
That's correct. Dr. Madney?
Yeah, so that is a little surprising to us as well, because nationwide, we knew that math took a hit, pre-K all the way up to 12. And so one of the things here, though, is when you look at SAT, TSI, ACT, some of that knowledge is residual from what they learned pre-pandemic, and so we could be seeing that effect here.
Okay. Okay, thank you. And then going on to slide 12. I'll come back around. Thank you.
Trustee Nygaard?
Thank you. So this is always my favorite part of our meetings. It is the most important part of our meetings because we're talking about how our children are doing in their learning trajectories. And so thank you for this great presentation. I want to start with, I'm continue to be concerned about, and especially as I look at the data on page 5 and 6 of the presentation, correct me if I'm wrong in this, that normally pre-COVID, every 11th grader, unless they were absent from school that day, every 11th grader took the SAT. Is that correct?
Correct.
So in 2020, only the 11th graders who opted in, they were either already in, and I think even my recollection as a parent was, even if my kid was attending school in person, I still had to opt into my child taking the SAT.
Correct.
So we now have, so this year, all of the 11th graders who were in attendance on that day took the SAT, correct?
That's correct.
So our 12th graders who didn't take the SAT in 2020, did they did we automatically administer the SAT to them as 12th graders this year?
Dr. Madney? She's asking about those 11th graders that did not take the SAT, whether we automatically, and it's, to my knowledge, that was not the case.
Right, I don't think it was automatic.
So my next question then is, if it wasn't automatic, why not? For this fall, why were the 12th graders who didn't get to automatically take it last year not automatically administered it this year? So, the kids whose parents aren't going to have them sit for that test on their own because they don't know how to navigate that system, or, aren't, for a variety of reasons, right? That's why we give the SAT automatically to all of our 11th graders. What are we doing to make sure that that group of kids that could go on to a four-year college if they take the SAT get that test this fall so they can apply to school?
So, may I?
Any insight in reference to 12th graders, Dr. Cruz?
So I'd like to ask Dr. Johnston, Mr. Johnston, to come up to clarify, because we did make it automatic for our seniors, and in fact expanded opportunities. So, Mr. Johnston?
So automatic for the seniors who didn't take it as a junior, automatic for all seniors?
Yes, that is correct, Trustee Dygard, and thank you for the question. So we began working on this actually even before school let out. We knew this was coming up, and we brought in all of our testing coordinators. We created the cut list. We even allowed students that had not scored college ready for a second chance to take the SAT test. So yes to your question.
So students who took it in 11th grade did not automatically take it again in 12th grade, but students who didn't take it in 11th grade did automatically take it in 12th grade?
That's correct.
Or have the opportunity.
They had the opportunity, yes, sir. And then
So then why didn't you automatically administer it to all of them?
Well, just as with any, I'm sorry, like the students, we registered them, okay? We do this through a bulk upload of them to have them registered. So they were automatically, given the opportunity to take the test. Now, whether they show up that day or not,
Okay, so it wasn't a school day like it normally would be where they're all just sitting for it that day. It was another out of school time?
No, it was a school day.
Okay.
Okay,
But it was opt-in. It wasn't automatic.
Well, it's always, right, I mean, we didn't use any different protocol than we've always have. So every senior had the opportunity to take the SAT test. Either they had a chance to take it in the spring or when they came back in the fall.
So this fall, seniors, how were the parents or guardians notified of the opportunity for their child to sit for the SAT, whether or not they sat for it their junior year?
Yeah, that would have been done at the campus level. As I said, the principals, we did trainings on this. We brought them in just as we always do. So the same way that we let parents know about the school day SAT in the spring, we use the same mechanisms to alert parents to that through the school, through their school communications. As schools communicate that out, information that goes out to students and families.
What was the date for that, for the SAT administration?
The date for it? Yeah, it was in October.
It was the same for every school, right?
Yeah, it was second week of October.
Okay.
What we can do, Trustee Dygard, is make sure that we work with schools on a comprehensive communication strategy, because while we do automatically enroll the students, while we do encourage as many students to participate, if you look at historically, we always hover around 90%, so there's a portion of students that don't for a number of different reasons. Yeah. But there may have been, in your particular case, it may have been a communication gap, is what I'm hearing. So what we can do is make sure that we work, and maybe we need to do more central communication in addition to relying on schools, so that parents are aware of this.
If it happened at one school, that means it could have happened at more schools. So I'm very worried that we've got kids that are going to fall through the cracks. ask the rest next round. Thank you.
Trustee Flynn Villaseca?
Our students that are categorized here?
Sure, we definitely can decipher between different subgroups. Not a problem at all.
Okay. And the same goes for SWD students or students with disabilities or any here, like where are some of the trends as far as pockets? I know Trustee Guidry talks about excellence. So where are pockets of excellence as far as where are students excelling and how are we learning from that as a district?
Dr. Madden, you want to share a little bit about kind of the best practices that we see in the field and kind of how we utilize those practices to ensure that we inform practice of other schools as well?
Sure, absolutely. So the first piece is you will see this information in the full report that will be coming out by campus as well. And most importantly, it really starts, at pre-K, as y'all have. So it just really is the accumulation of education and keeping students on track with their learning so that they aren't behind by the time they get to middle school or by the time they get to high school. So ensuring there are solid support systems in place for kids at every level helps put them on track for a four-year graduation once they enter their ninth grade year. And we do have lots of pockets of excellence.
schools are doing that in innovative, different ways. But it's going to be a challenge. It's a lot of the students, you saw the data, male students in particular saw the biggest dip, and Latino and African American students, and many of them it's because of the pressure that they feel to go out and work and support their families. So there are things that need to be addressed in different ways, but we're trying as hard as we can right now. We're hopeful that we'll be able to turn the corner soon.
Thank you. And a question about, I think Trustee Sung also brought this up. Next round, thank you.
I have a question about slide 22. That's not the, slide 19, I apologize. The that fall, employees in the fall within 1 year of high school graduation, going into college. I know Dr. Cruz is over a lot of the new creative and innovative programs, and I know that with COVID, there were a lot of adults that set up, they had a lot of new entrepreneurial programs, and they did not go back to their jobs. And we have new entrepreneurial and creative programs, our new entrepreneurial program in HISD. So I was wondering, because these students, when they finish, they're going to be able to have their business possibly funded by other businesses. How will they be coded? Are they being tracked so that we're not on this list? If we have, because right now there's 75 of those students in this entrepreneurial program, and if they come out with a business, their business gets funded and they don't go to college, this might mess with our numbers, and we might not be able to say why our numbers went down of students that went to college. So my question is, are these students being tracked, or will they be tracked so we will be able to say, this student got funded by HISD's new program, started his own business. That's why our numbers are going down for going to college. So will those students, or possibly could our innovative, creative programs?
And I'm sure we can track the students from these three schools, presume you're...
Not necessarily just that one entrepreneurial program, but if we have other programs that are going to help students that go from, like the carpentry program that we have. Those students may not necessarily go to college if they go out, and we have a lot of programs just like that. So we don't want to look at the drop-in on this page for them not entering college when we're doing things for them to start their own.
Got it. So you're speaking of kind of a database that really focuses on tracking students post-graduation, non-college, and finding that sweet spot around where they are and what they're doing. I don't think that actually exists, but we can definitely take a look at what that might...
Because I think if we're putting these students in position to have their own businesses, and we're putting them in position to be funded for their own business, we don't want to kick ourselves in the foot and say, they didn't go to college.
Okay, fair enough.
Okay, thank you. Who's next? Trustee Cruz?
Thank you. Okay, so a couple of questions. You mentioned the Salesforce and communicating with students via text. How long after they graduate do we keep in touch with them, or is this kind of new?
Dr. Cruz?
So it's ongoing. In fact, just recently, for example, we had the city that had an opportunity for students to participate in a paid internship, and so we reached out to thousands of alumni. The superintendent, as you all know, has launched a student corps of tutors, and actually we're leveraging that to reach back to years of students that have graduated. I think it's been, if I'm not mistaken, 4 or 5 years that we have their information for. So we'll be reaching out to all of those students. Are you in college? Are you thinking about coming and tutoring and mentoring students? We'd love to have you back. So it's a really powerful tool that allows us to go back multiple years, and depending on the circumstance. And the really neat thing about it too is it's not just like a blank text to students. Students can text back, and the college advisors then follow up with them and connect them with other people as needed as well. So it's a whole team that's there to help them through text, pick up the phone, and so forth. So a really, really powerful tool we have at our disposal.
Okay, that is really exciting to hear. And then my other question is, so for this data, the students that earn a college degree within 6 years of graduation, does that also include students that graduated high school with an associate's degree, like our dual enrollment students? Is this also capturing, like, is it as an aggregate?
I don't believe so, but...
Okay.
No, this is really about outcomes after they leave us. So if they earn their associate's degree...
Oh, because this is NSC data.
Right,
Okay,
right.
That's true. Okay, good to know. And then, just interested to know, like, what have you seen that doesn't actually work with helping students persist, and what have you stopped doing?
Any insights in reference to programmatic pieces that have not been best practices that we've continued?
Well, I wouldn't necessarily say something that didn't work, but something we realized wasn't enough. We focused initially a lot on what we could do with students leading up to graduation. So, helping them complete their FAFSAs, apply to college, get financial aid and scholarships. And we were very excited when we saw significant gains in those areas, but it didn't translate to the kind of boosts in enrollment that actually national data told us we would see. And when we looked at the root cause, what we realized is that students, after they graduate, need a lot of support between the last day of high school graduation and the first day of college and beyond. But that summer in particular, where they call it summer melt, is a huge issue because many of the students, they have their letter, they got in, but then either they don't know how to actually enroll in the right classes, or they feel the obligation of having to work. They start working, and then they say, I'm going to put it off for a while. So what we saw is a significant number. In fact, the last time I know the number was about 1,500 of our seniors that were in that category. They applied, they got into college, they got the financial aid, but they didn't show up to college. So I think, to answer your question, it's more of, we realized that just focusing on the high school piece is not enough. There needs to be support through that bridge into college. So it's going to really get them there.
That's a part of the reason why many of our community colleges saw the biggest hit with our most vulnerable students that are out there, because it takes, a speed bump that's not as tall to really throw them off in many instances, like Dr. Cruz indicated, situation where they have to work, or a situation where they couldn't get the assistance on their first day on campus, where they might not come back. So we know that there's a subgroup of students out there and a subgroup of universities that have associate degree programs that saw an even bigger hit and drop in enrollment as well.
Okay, thank you. And then I'm curious, are you correlating the data of the student, like the subset of students that you're texting, to persistence data?
Dr. Cruz?
Absolutely, and we're seeing a positive impact.
Okay.
We started the initiative, in fact, with a professor at Harvard and the University of Pittsburgh, who we were the early piloters for this. And yes, it is a very successful initiative, and the students who get the more interactions and touch points they get, we see a direct correlation to an increase in their college enrollment.
Are all graduates included, or is it a pilot?
Now it's as many students as we get the cell phone numbers, which is the majority of our seniors.
Okay, awesome. My last question is, I was really surprised to see the number of students, not only that stay in Texas, but a third of our students actually go to Houston Community College. And what does the relationship or work look like with, the persistence of our students at that organization?
We'd be glad to grab some data specifically from Houston Community College. What I can say, I've had a chance to meet with the different campuses around partnerships and continuing to ensure that the kind of supports that we know that are successful, the mentorships, the insurance that they have a warm adult body to support them are in place. So we're looking forward to growing those partnerships with all of the campuses.
Okay, wonderful. Those are all my questions. Thank you.
Trustee Bluford-Daniels?
Thank you, Madam President. Just a follow-up to Trustee Cruz. HTC Trustee Skillen Jones and I have been brainstorming about what the pathways have already been decided, and having a community meeting for that area to keep them informed. So that was a good point to ensure that we're communicating with each other. Trustee Dygard mentioned about the SAT and ACT testing. Ordinarily, kids, help us with this timeline. Ordinarily, kids with ACT, SAT are tested blank. When? What month?
11th graders, are you speaking of
11th
11th
graders,
graders
I'm sorry, yes.
typically? I don't remember the
It's spring.
exact date, but it's spring.
It's spring. The PSAT is in October.
Correct.
And the SAT is in the spring.
Okay.
For juniors, 11th graders.
Okay, and that's why I'm going there, because just like we're kind of sort of confused, ordinarily it's at this period, and now because of COVID, and we're looking at this drop on page 6, decrease in those that applied in 2021 that could obviously have been impacted by COVID, and because of COVID, we ordinarily test in the spring or October, whenever it is, and now we're testing this year in October of this year and again in April of this year. I think that it has to be broken down in layman's term, and so that everybody will understand, not just up here, obviously, because we're scratching our head too, what that timeline looks like, so that they can prepare accordingly. And I think that that'll be important to help to increase, because I think we're going to have skewed data from, obviously, from last year. And once we test them and have them prepare for the testing for 21, 22, then it's going to look a whole lot different. It could be a drop because of the fact, the difference between them testing COVID year and pre-COVID, post-COVID. So I think it's important. When should we get that taper data too? But we mentioned about that. When should that come out?
So we start receiving some information in end of November, early December for our board goal reporting. Those reports will be coming, I believe, in February and March.
Okay, thank you for that. I mean, y'all, the first question I asked, y'all understand why I asked that question, right? Yeah, but obviously, we're scratching our head, so I want to have something clear, not just for us, but for parents and the students as well.
I think nationwide, we were scratching our heads because even in my last school district, you know, there were cancellation of tests. There was a lot of confusion. We'd hear from ACT that, you know, that X, Y, and Z was going to happen. Okay. So as we get back to normalcy, I think the regular schedule will be in place, the regular communication that the schools are sending out, so that students will understand exactly what it looks like. But it did cause a lot of confusion in reference to assessment.
And thank you for that, because, you know, we just want some clarity. Now, we talked about the texting, et cetera. It's one thing to create and have those ideas and brainstorm. Implementing is something else. So even with the creativity, I love the thought process behind texting and emailing to try and see where the students are post-graduation, 2-year, 4-year, et cetera. But since we're just talking about doing that, when can we expect some results? Thank you.
Results in reference to?
We're just starting this. If we look at it this year, then can we get some results at the end of this school year in May or June as to where some of those students are from that are graduating, where they're headed? Because we talked about texting, right? Using that process to keep up with them, correct? So because we were starting to do that, or talking about doing that, if it's implemented, how soon can we see some results? By the end of the school year, or by October of next year, we'll be able to see the results of the effort. Does that make sense?
No, but
it makes sense to me.
I think we're already seeing some of those results. I think we have to really think outside of the box. What are the communication tools that our students utilize the most? And I think everybody knows that texting and social media are the big pieces that are utilized now. So we try to go to where they are. So I think we're seeing some of those results already. And if there's a way to quantify that, we can definitely look at how we can quantify it in the future.
And thank you for that, but it makes sense to me. We talked about it, so I just want to know, once it's implemented and we start doing it, how soon can we see some results? I don't want to just talk about it, create it. I want to see some results for it. Thank you.
Trustee Santos?
Thank you, Dr. Matney, Superintendent House. Dr. Cruz, I guess this question will be directed to you. How do we see the results of Khan Academy? Like how our kids have, is it being effective, or programs like Khan Academy?
Of course, Khan Academy is a strategy that we've most recently implemented. But Dr.
I used it when I was a teacher, so I just want to know what my results were, like how are our kids benefiting from it? I was a 10th grade English teacher and I use it in my classroom. I just want to know.
Well, there's national data and there's also local data. So when we piloted at smaller scale with SAT preparation in particular, and I want to emphasize Khan Academy is now in AP, it's in all of the subject areas, not just SAT. But when we did it with SAT in HISD, we saw that for students who use it an average of like 10 hours, I actually saw I think it was a 150 to 180 point gain on their SAT performance. So we saw a very direct correlation to student achievement, from where they were before and then after they used it. And then that's national data too. It shows that it's very effective.
So was that in schools that are in higher concentrations of poverty?
Yeah, the mix. We always are very intentional about finding different ranges of schools to see how it serves different populations.
Okay, thank you. And then my last question is, so when we put students out that are so far behind in reading and math, they feel very unsuccessful and like college is not for them, and they're never going to go. And I've heard from Trustee Hernandez, Trustee Vilaseca, and Dr. Manny. Dr. Manny, what grade did you used to teach?
Elementary.
See, and absolutely, and this is to the point, right? We have to invest in our kids from a very young start. And I'm just going to keep harping on, our goal, right? The percentage of graduates that meet the criteria for college, career, and military readiness as measured in Domain 1, yada, yada, yada. We're not going to get to this goal unless we invest in our kids early on. And in English language learners, and I know I'm pointing to Ms. Trin here and Trustee Hernandez and Trustee Vilaseca, because that was your area of expertise. The multilingual department, I applaud your efforts, but that's too late. When you're sending people, this team into high schools, it's too late. You're just getting them to graduation. You're not fixing a systemic problem where we need to address that very early on. But I do applaud your efforts. That's awesome. Thank you.
Trustee Song?
Thank you, Madam President. Slide 12, please. So I want to understand better here is where we are taking a cross-functional look at this goal and how better to support our students in achieving that. And do I understand that part of this is supporting math and English teachers so that they understand, of course, they're teaching the TEKS, but now they also can better understand how to prepare students for these assessments, basically, and to understand how their curriculum aligns to the assessments?
Dr. Manny?
Yes, that's one of the goals in order to achieve the greater goal of increase in CCMR access.
Great, that makes sense to me. And I just want to emphasize, as Trustee Cruz emphasized, for half of our graduates, community college is college. And for many of our students who are not yet going to college, when we get them there, for many of them, community college will be where they start. And in Texas, if you don't have TSIA, if you haven't passed that, if you haven't met that TSI criteria, you spend your first year in community college in remedial courses. And that is where we lose so many of our HISD graduates off the college graduation track in remedial community college classes. So I want to commend any efforts we can make to support our students to achieve this TSI readiness. It's important for academic achievement, but it's also really practically important in our students' lives as they're trying to move forward in their college education. Thank you. Page 14, please, slide 14. I know you said that you didn't have specific details for the Asian student group and why we've seen that drop there. I see that that's happened at the state level as well in recent years. I just want to emphasize how important it is to remember that Asia is a big continent, and there are very different histories of students who come to us from different countries in Asia. And the experience of immigrant families who are coming on H-1B visas versus families that are coming as refugees from countries where their education may have been disrupted by war are very different. And so when we see these kinds of trends for the Asian group, it's often because immigration patterns are changing, and we need to recognize the needs of new student populations that are coming. And just clustering everybody together as Asian, there's always some students with tremendous need that are hidden in there. And I just want to emphasize that. And I look forward to, if you're able to give us more insight into what's happening here, I'd appreciate that. And I think those are all my comments. I know that we're doing so much work this year to provide additional counseling and college readiness support in our schools. I know that's where a lot of our ESSER funding is going, and I'm really glad to see that we're helping. Thank you for the support and for your efforts in this area.
Trustee Hernandez?
Thank you. So I know that we are using this tracking system to reach out to students to see where they're at. Do we track students who have dropped out to see if they get a GED instead of a high school degree?
A GED versus a high school equivalent?
Yes.
Any insight in reference to dropout information, Dr. Madney?
We do. So the header of this slide actually says with exclusions, and I didn't go into a lot of detail there, but one exclusion is it's called text chase now. The GED test changed a couple of years ago, and now it's called text chase. And so this data does include, because that's considered one of the exclusions. So it's part of the tracking of this, yes.
Okay. So we are tracking students who drop out and then get that text chase?
Yes.
Okay. And actually, that's it. That's my only question. Thank you.
Trustee Nygaard?
Thank you. Starting with slide 14, our EL kids, while still further behind than the other groups, had the biggest gain. So, and they outpaced the state. So, have you identified what strategies and practices have been put into place that have contributed to that gain? Like why? Because that's a big jump.
Absolutely, and we'd be glad to, like I indicated, I can't remember what trustee asked the question, to provide kind of a list of EL strategies and different things that are being focused on for the school district. I don't think we have anybody from our EL department here, but there's definitely a reason behind it, and we'd be completely glad to be able to provide those particular programs to all trustees.
And I think in any future presentations, when you have a success, share with that. Like here are the things that we asked you in policy or funding to change that have contributed to the success, and it'd be a great thing to demonstrate to us in the public. So I encourage you to include that in the presentations in the future. Okay, then page 17. Again, I want to commend us y'all for outpacing the state. And so similar question, what are we doing? What are the best practices that we are engaging in, or how we're allocating dollars or whatever that have contributed to our success?
And again, this report today was just really focused on the raw data.
Okay.
We'd be glad to provide kind of a crosswalk around specific strategies, because I think that's where I hear you focusing your questions on. So
it's working.
Yep.
Yeah. We see that it's is it accidental or is it intentional? And that, I think, it's good for us to understand. Page 19, I just want to say a thank you for your work in tracking how our kids are doing after they leave us, because that, I think, is the best demonstration of the work that has happened through their 12th grade, is what success they have once they leave us. And then my final question, and this kind of builds on questions that I've heard from some of my colleagues, but I want to dig a little deeper. What trends are you seeing in the Khan participation data, and how is that correlating in the overall, show me in this data where that's translating?
The Khan Academy data?
Yeah.
Dr. Cruz or Dr. Madney, any insight you guys want to provide in reference to Khan Academy outside of what you provided already?
We're happy to share through Dr. Matney some of the preliminary findings that we have through the pilot. We were able to get some philanthropic support to do a small-scale pilot of the initiative that we're about to roll out district-wide, and we're happy to share that through Dr. Matney's office if you would like.
It would be great to see. Thank you so much.
Trustee Flynn Villaseka.
Thank you again. I just had another question around the Texas Connections Academy. Curious as to what HISD is doing, I guess, to support them with their CCMR goals. That's the first question.
Dr. Madney, any insight in reference to the CCMR goals in reference to Texas Connections Academy?
Yeah, so I know that they participate in a lot of the same sessions that we provide. Dr. Cruz may have additional insight, but the identification of the need is the most significant piece.
And I know, and we're happy to provide additional details. I don't have them all offhand, but I know that our College Career Readiness Office has also provided expanded college advising opportunities for even those virtual students.
Okay, good. And just out of curiosity, do they qualify for the alternative accountability waiver?
Texas Connections students?
Well, the academy itself, are they on the alternative accountability system, or are they part of the mainstream?
No, they're part of the main accountability system. Okay. They don't meet the requirements.
Okay, just curious. Thank you. That's all. Thank you.
Trustee Bluford Daniels.
My question's been answered, thank you.
Being no other trustees in the queue, we will now move to accept the presentation given to us. Make sure, trustees, when you say, thank you, your motion or your second, please state your name.
Santos, so moved.
Second, Hernandez.
Thank you. We have a motion by Trustee Santos and a second by Trustee Hernandez. Trustee Hernandez, please vote. We have 8 for, 0 against. At this time, since we've been here for 2 hours, we'll take a 15-minute break. Trustees, we'll be back at 7:18. Consideration of the superintendent's agenda items. We are now ready to consider the superintendent's agenda items. For the record, let it be reflected that agenda items A2 and K1 each have new attachments. Item B2 has a new and revised attachment. Items I1, I2, and I4 have revised attachments. Item K1 and its attachments have been revised, and items K3 through K9 and their attachments are new. Board policy requires trustees to excuse themselves and abstain from all discussion and votes pertaining to contracts that might involve a conflict of interest. As defined in Board Policy BBFA Local, a conflict of interest is any circumstance that could cast doubt on a trustee's ability to act with total objectivity with regard to the district's interests. We will now consider items held for abstention and/or discussion. Each month, all action items begin on the consent agenda. If a trustee would like an item held from consent, they need to notify the District Chief of Staff, Sylvia Tran, by 8 a.m. on the Monday prior to voting meeting. Trustees, as a reminder, everyone had an opportunity to this meeting to submit additional questions after agenda review to the administration. The Q&A document has been updated to reflect the additional questions. The updated Q&A was sent to all trustees and has been posted on the district website. Trustees requested the following items be held from consent agenda. D1, approval of fall 2021 class size waiver request. I4, approval of the November general fund budget amendment. K1, approval of proposed revisions to board policy BED local, board meetings, public participation, second reading. K2, approval of proposed revision to board policy CE local, annual operating budget, second reading. For each item of discussion, we will do 2 rounds of 2 minutes each. If an additional round is desired, that can be done with a motion, second, and board vote. Our first item held from the consent agenda is item D1, approval of fall 2021 class size waiver request. This item is being held at the request of Trustee Song. May I have a motion? We have a motion by Trustee Hernandez and a second by Trustee Santos. Are there any comments or questions from my colleagues? Trustee Song?
I asked last week at agenda review for the average classroom size for classes with waivers, and that was answered in the updated Q&A we received yesterday. Thank you. And I see, as I had hoped, that our classes with waivers range from 22.6 on average at grade 2 to 24.6 at grade 4, just a couple larger than the cap, 22. I'm astonished, though, at the average classroom size of classes without waivers. I had no idea that we had average elementary class sizes that were 15 and under. I'm kind of astonished. Is that actually what our average, I mean, you gave us the data, so I believe you. Help me understand, like, why is it that we have such disparity between the class sizes that I'm used to seeing that are 22 and up, and then the whole district overall that's 15? Tell me what that tells us about the distribution of kids in our schools.
Sure, and while Dr. Madney's coming up, it really varies from school to school. You're looking at the averages. Dr. Madney can shed a little light around some of our small schools, but what some of the major trends are as well.
Sure, absolutely. Thank you for that question. So all of the classes are incorporated. So when you consider some of our special education programs that have maybe 5 or 6 students, that's incorporated in this report.
Okay, that makes complete sense then. Okay, thank you for helping me to understand that. Those are all my questions.
Trustee Cruz?
Thank you. Okay, so My question is, sorry. Trying to think of where I'm looking at. Okay, so in the report that was provided to us, I think last week, Elementary Schools Office 1 has just like way more. Obviously, there's an increase across the board, but can you explain why?
Sure, Dr. Madden, you want to shed some light on this piece as well?
And I'm looking at page 11 of that report.
Yes, so the majority of the campuses in Elementary School Office 1 are in the west side of our district, and those campuses are exploding in size. We have a lot of families enrolling out there, moving into those neighborhoods, and so we do see the greatest population increase out there.
Okay, thank you. And then why is it the trend big, like the more waivers, the increase in K through second as opposed to third and fourth grade?
I think that really varies based on campus. Some of what we saw when we really dissected this data originally was, for example, a campus might have been staffed for 4 English classrooms and 1 bilingual classroom. And at those younger grade levels, we saw an increase in numbers of bilingual students enrolling. And so they had to look at hiring a new bilingual teacher, so it was programmatic related. And we saw that really in the younger grade levels.
Okay, and that's a large trend?
Yes.
Okay. And then how will increasing the number of class waivers help the administration reach the board goals?
Yes, so this item, when approved, goes to TEA, and then we're in compliance because waivers allow us to be in compliance of the class size law. If this item is not approved, then we are out of compliance with TEA law, and interventions and sanctions are what are in that part of the Texas Education Code.
And what would be the alternative to interventions and sanctions, like hiring more teachers, or you just have to pay? Like, I guess I'm trying to understand.
Yeah, so remember, this report is taken at one point in time, so the efforts are still continuing to lower these ratios and get staff in place. Even in November, they're still looking for staff that can be hired to lower and be in compliance with this 22-to-1.
Okay, so I guess I'm still trying to understand. So it's a snapshot that's given to TEA. So regardless of, even if you hired teachers later, it wouldn't have bearing on this snapshot or what's reported? Is that correct? Okay, thank you.
Trustee Hernandez?
Thank you for this report, Dr. Matney. Thank you, Mr. House. It's very interesting to see all these numbers. So Trustee Sung already asked some of my questions. Is it possible to ensure that for at least the pre-K classrooms that are oversized, that require a waiver, that there must be a TA there for that classroom?
We're making every effort, as Dr. Maddy indicated, to continue to hire at every level, not just kindergarten, to fill those gaps. I don't know that I can guarantee you that. I think I would be speaking out of turn if we made that kind of promise. But we are making every effort with all of the elementary schools that we're speaking of at the early years.
Is it possible to get a report on those schools that do have waivers for pre-K and K, and which ones do have TAs and which ones do not?
We'd be glad to do so.
Okay, perfect. And I had one more question, and I cannot think of it at the moment, so I will do it on the second round. Thank you.
Trustee Dygard?
Thank you. This is a follow-up to Trustee Cruz's question about the Elementary Schools Office 1 campuses and the growing enrollment, or the response to her question included that some of those campuses have an increase in enrollment. But there are also several schools in that area, for example, Horn, that has a large percentage increase in class size waivers who actually has had a decline in enrollment this year. So I'm confused about if they have a decline in enrollment, why is their
A lot of
waiver
it
going up?
depends on where the growth actually is. You could see an overall decline in enrollment, but you could actually see growth at a particular grade level. So, Dr. Maddie, anything you want to add there?
Yes, so the west side was a general statement about that we do see some campuses. So, for example, they were staffed possibly one certain way, and then they, for example, whether it's a program that they were staffed for, bilingual versus English, it may be that they had a loss of teachers. We also saw an increase this year in teacher resignations early in the year over past years, so it could be that that one particular campus experienced that, and so was in the middle of shuffling and hiring to replace that when the snapshot was taken.
But we'd be specifically be happy to take a close look and provide the entire Board of Trustees information around Horn.
I only gave that as an example, but I think what I'm concerned as I listen to this conversation more is that we don't actually know why, and I get centralization versus decentralization, but I am concerned that there are spaces where enrollment's gone down, the class sizes have gone up, as well as all the other spaces that class sizes are going up. And again, that feels counterintuitive to me in response to the learning disruption from COVID and the ground that we need to make up, and knowing that other districts are focusing ESSER dollars on reducing class size. And so I'm still struggling with this agenda
To give you an example, to kind of put it in layman terms as a principal would see it, if you were a school that had 6 sections of fourth grade and enrollment went down, and now you only have 4 sections, or let's say 4.5 sections of fourth grade, it may be that half a section was split between 2 classes, and it caused that growth that we're seeing in terms of the class size. That's kind of how it happens at the school level, especially when we're talking. I think I understand your question a little bit better now. Yep.
Thank you.
Trustee Flynn Villaseca?
Thank you so much. Thank you for providing us a list of the individual elementary schools and where they stand as far as waivers are concerned. I just, in addition to the comment that you made, Dr. Matney, about the growth in the West, there's a particular school on here that I'm a little worried about because they have been in and out of IR status. Right now, they're not in IR status. It's a school of almost 1,000 students. High principal turnover at the school, but the 50% of the classes have class waivers, right? So I'm just concerned about, and I'm just zooming in on some District 6 schools, right, when I make that comment, but I'm just wondering, like, what we can do to help remedy that, not just for that school, but for other schools that have similar patterns.
Patterns in terms of the growth of, or the decline in enrollment, is that
just as far as, like high principal turnover, lots of students at the schools, like 99% of the students qualify for free or reduced price lunch,
That's a big part of what we're focusing on in terms of our strategic work. We're living and breathing strategic work right now. If you could look at my cabinet, that you probably see S's on their eyeball lenses, because that's what we're focusing on. So these are the things, of course, with the theory of action. It starts with leadership, and we're really honing in. That's one of the things that Dr. Watts is focused on right now, is building capacity in leaders, making sure the right kind of professional development exists so that we can ensure that we don't have the kind of turnover, and we have the kind of effectiveness that we need to see in schools, so that we have the bench strength as well, so that when we do see turnover or natural attrition, it's a good attrition that we can fill those gaps in a very smart way.
Okay, thank you. And then I also noticed that there's an early childhood center that has 300% Yes. Percent of, I guess, classes with waivers? Yeah. And I'm just curious, like, did their enrollment go up, like, tremendously as a result of other changes across the district? I'm just curious sort of what could be going on there at that particular campus.
And which early childhood center is it?
It's the Energized Early Childhood Center, just 300% increase or 300% of the
And we'd be glad
increase
to.
with students? Yeah.
If there are specific schools in your district that you want additional insight on, you can mark those down, and we'd be glad to dive deeper than the data that you see.
Okay. It's just hard for me to understand, like, there's 11 classes, but there's 33 waivers. So what does that mean?
Dr. Madney?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can look into that further and get that to you, for sure.
Okay, thank you for helping me understand that. Thank you.
Trustee Hernandez?
Thank you. Dr. Metney, my question is for you. Earlier you said you were looking into the programs. Are there some programs that you see have longer wait lists in these early childhood, pre-K, that we should know about?
Dr. Madney?
I don't have that with me right now, but that's part of the examination, looking at the bilingual program piece, looking at the early childhood piece, and how some of that movement influenced some of these waivers.
Okay, and then my last question is, when I was working at the schools, when we had 22, we would tell the student like, hey, we're capped, you need to go to another campus. Can you tell me why that was not the case this year?
Dr. Madney?
Yes, so it was the case. The problem was a lot of those hubs that we typically reserve for that, especially in the West, they were also experiencing their own class size waiver concerns, and so we didn't have that availability like we've had in years past.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you.
Trustee Santos?
Thank you for the presentation, Dr. Matney, Superintendent House. I have a question, a procedural question. If this were postponed, this item were postponed until next Thursday when we have hearings, is that going to affect anything? Was the TEA deadline for the waivers, when is that?
Dr. Madney, do you know when the deadline is right offhand?
I don't have it off the top of my head, but I do know that the date and time, we're supposed to have it considered the next board session, but I can look into that.
Right. I'm a very active teacher advisory committee, and I'm actually seeing some discrepancies between what information is being relayed in some of what schools that I have, what's listed here. So I'd just be curious to...
If you don't mind sharing that information that you have, and we'd be glad to cross-check it, again, with what we have. But you can very well either email myself or Sylvia on any additional discrepancy pieces of data that you have. Be glad to take a look at it.
Okay, so... All right, so what was the answer to my question? If we delayed this until next Thursday, is that going to affect anything? I mean, our class sizes are still going to be big, right? We're still going to need waivers. I just want to make sure that we're not going to miss a deadline.
Yeah, the compliance is of course, the important piece here. We don't have the exact day that this information, we do know that it was supposed to be in before the next full meeting, from what I understand, but I think Dr. Madney's trying to look that up right now.
If you don't mind, I would like that information.
It would be, like I said, please send me that information, Sylvia or I, and we'll cross-check it. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Trustee Nygaard?
So I get the bit about how in the past we would concentrate, one class per grade as having the waiver, and now we're spreading it out. I think it would give peace of mind to know which of these are that situation, especially if there's a big jump. But I think we should look at this energized thing, because I don't know how they could have 33 more waivers when they only have 11 classes. That seems like an error.
Dr. Madney?
Yes, that's what we're going to look into. I've got that on my
Okay.
list.
Yeah. Thank you.
So I move that we postpone this item until the next board meeting on November 18th.
Second, Santos.
We have a motion by trustee Hernandez and a second by trustee Santos. Trustee Santos?
I had a procedural question, and I guess because I wanted that information for Dr. Matney, from Dr. Matney. Could we wait to vote on this? I was just gonna, until the end of the meeting, so we can give Dr. Matney some time to find the answer?
I have the answer.
Oh, okay.
You're fine to postpone.
Okay, thank you. Then, are we up for the vote?
Trustee Song?
Oh, sorry.
I just wanted to ask, is there, Trustee Hernandez or Trustee Santos, is there a request to the administration? So while we're postponing this for a week, is there some information we'd like or some action we'd like?
I think what I heard is that Trustee Santos was going to send us some data that she had received, and we were going to cross-check that data. And then we also heard that the Energize piece in reference to the 300% increase was something that we were going to provide additional insight around as well.
Okay, thank you.
Trustee Nygaard?
In response to Trustee Singh's question, what I would like to see before I'm going to feel comfortable voting for this is, I get that we're decentralized, but I would hope that there was some oversight of the principals so that the administration understands why they're requesting these different waivers. Is it because their enrollment has grown and they don't have capacity to add another classroom? How many of them are because their enrollment has shrunk and they've had to concentrate classrooms, right? And I would feel more comfortable knowing there was some understanding at the administrative level, even though we're a decentralized system.
And that should be listed on the actual waivers themselves. We'd be glad to let you see the actual waiver for each one of them as well. That will kind of give you understanding and explanation around the why behind each waiver.
I'll just send in a question through the Q&A thing. That's probably the more appropriate thing to do. Thank you.
Trustee Bluford Daniels?
No questions, thank you.
Seeing no other trustees in the queue, we are voting on postponement until after the hearings. I don't know the date, they're close enough. For November the 18th. Please vote. Nine for, 0 against. Our next item held for discussion is agenda item I-4, approval of the November general fund budget amendment. This item is being held at the request of Trustee Cruz. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Nygaard, second.
We have a Trustee Villaseca motion and second by Nygaard. Are there any comments or questions from my colleagues? Trustee Cruz?
Thank you. So on the portal, it says November 2021 budget amendment revised. Was there a change?
Chief Reed?
There wasn't, actually, when we posted originally, the bottom lines were shifted, they were out of alignment, so we just updated the alignment.
Thank you.
Thank you. And then, in the executive summary, you mentioned carryover from prior year encumbrances, and then you talk about current year encumbrances. So could you give me an example of an outstanding encumbrance from the budget we just approved?
Chief Reed?
So the encumbrances are obligations from the prior year that were carried over where goods weren't received. And so what we do is we carry those dollars into the next fiscal year, and then they become an expenditure in the next year.
So any
kind of purchase order, right?
Any
it could be
purchase order.
Supplies, it could be, it could be paper, it could be capital outlay. Campuses can receive, or campuses and departments may have ordered laptops, right? And they didn't receive them by June 30 in the fiscal year. So then we carry those dollars over.
So in the second sentence of this executive summary, it says these obligations do not consume the current year budget as they will be reserved for encumbrances and fund commitments in the 2021 Comprehensive Annual Finance Report. Can you explain that to me?
Yes, ma'am. In the assigned fund balances, there is a reserve for carryover. Those are the dollars that are set aside in the fund balance to pay for those encumbrances. So if you notice on the bottom of this report here, it says on note number 3, on the assigned fund balance, it says reflects liquidation of carryover encumbrances. So what that means is that we would expect that if we carried over dollars from purchases from the prior year, that fund balance will be liquidated, and then it'll be restarted next year as of June 30. Of course, I have no idea what that'll be, in June of next year.
So is there a specific percentage that has to be reserved in the fund balance for encumbrances?
No, that's...
Not necessarily a percentage, but...
it's actually items that did not liquidate, did not clear, did not expense by the end of the fiscal year.
Okay.
So a school, let's say a school goes out there, they ordered, $5,000 in reading materials. But those reading materials did not get to them, did not hit their front door by June 30. Can't be an expense now for the 2021 school year. So then we carry over the purchase order into the next year because those books will be received in July or maybe August, right? But so that a campus budget is not impacted using their current year dollars, we carry the budget with that $5,000 from the previous school year into the new school year. So the campuses and departments are made whole.
So what percentage of our budget is usually in encumbrances? Like how much is carrying over?
That number is up and down. Last year, it was $147 million. That's the highest it's ever been.
Wow.
In 2020, June 30th, 2020, it was $55 million. So that number goes up and down each year. So there's no trend on what that number looks like.
I mean, I guess are there systems that need to be in place to try to have more controls of that? I mean, I know if you're ordering something, you can't always control when it comes, but is there anything that you've observed that needs to be changed in that respect?
I think this past year was an anomaly. So as we see a number approaching 150 million, we know across the United States, across the world, a lot of product was slowed down tremendously, and with COVID, it didn't help anymore. So I don't know what the variance looked like prior to COVID, whether we had a smaller variance of the 55 million that we're talking about the year prior, but I'm sure Glenn can provide some additional insight in terms of what those variances look like going back before COVID as well.
Yeah, it was 20 million in 2019, but in 18 it was 51 million, and 17 it was 75. So it kind of started going down, and then it kind of started going up. So it's not any one. I mean, there's no real trend on saying, oh, I think it's going to be X percent of the budget.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then the unassigned fund balance with the policy we're adopting today, it should be 3 months, right?
Correct.
This amount is less than the 3 months. Am I
No,
doing my math
the 3
correctly?
months is actually about 465 million.
Okay.
And also on here, the $473 million you see on here, this assumes that every dollar in this budget is spent. Right, because this is a budget. If you all remember back in the fall, I talked about, I'm hoping for at least $40 million in fallout. Some will be in salaries, some will be in other budgets throughout the district. So that would mean that I would expect that I should be at least at $513 million by year end.
Got it.
Right, because this is again assuming, just like your home budget, right? Assuming that you're going to spend every dime. But we won't. We know we won't spend everything, especially with the staff shortages, right, that we have this year.
Okay, so with this amount, we are within our policy.
Yeah, 465 is the minimum for this year. We base it all on our adopted budget.
Okay.
Because there's other things we've set aside, right? The encumbrances that's set aside, so we don't need additional for that.
Okay. Thank you.
Trustee Guidry?
Thank you. And please excuse me if this question has been asked already, Superintendent House, but I'm looking at the transfers here, and a lot of these transfers are from instruction to something else. And I just think instruction is very important right now, and so removing money from funds from instruction to go to position changes, who's making these changes? Is it the school?
This is, and I know someone referenced decentralization in terms of what this looks like, but this happens at the building level, and it is something that we'll be taking a close look at as a part of our strategic work as well. We are truly taking a close look at what that looks like. I agree and concur with your concern, but it is a byproduct of decentralization.
Thank you, sir.
Trustee Blueford Daniels?
Thank you. Excuse me. Follow up to that. Is that something that the audit department could look at?
I'm sure they could.
Okay.
But
That's one of the things that's kind of like been on my radar that I've been talking about, the audit department looking at intermittently so that we could try and not have issues. Follow up to what Trustee Guidry was talking about.
I think we have the numbers in reference to what it looks like, and I think that's a reflection of what Trustee Guidry just said. The audit department could, reflect again and show us what those numbers are. It boils down to, again, the model that we focus on. But again, it's something that we're taking a close look at moving forward.
Thank you.
Seeing no other trustees in the queue, please vote. We have 6 for, 3 against. Our next item held for discussion is Agenda Item K1, Approval of Proposed Revisions to Board Policy BED Local Board Meetings, Public Participation, Second Reading. This item is being held at the request of Trustee Cruz. May I have a motion and a name?
So moved, Hernandez.
Dygard, second.
Motion by Trustee Hernandez and a second by Trustee Dygard. Are there any comments or questions from my colleagues? Trustee Cruz?
Thank you, Madam President. I move that we add in the public comment section of this policy the following statement. Interpretation services shall be provided to any non-English speaking individual in need of support to fill out the public comment form and/or to speak to the board. Simultaneous interpretation services shall be provided for the duration of the in-person board meeting and via broadcast.
Second, Santos.
We have a motion by Trustee Cruz and a second by Trustee Santos. Are there any questions from the colleagues? I thought she was gonna put it up. Trustee Guidry?
So I'm certainly for having translation services for all of those who are in need of translation services to enhance and better help them understand what's going on with their campuses as well as the Board of Education. But last week we talked about it, and I think it came at a cost of about $40,000 per session or per year. And so I was wondering, is there any way that we could offer our teachers, our bilingual teachers and paraprofessionals who have the ability to translate, offer them the opportunity to make extra money as opposed to farming this out to an outside source?
Hadn't thought about the idea, but Chief Tran, we can take a look. I think we were tasked with getting quotes and what the professional costs would be, and that's what we did. But we'd be glad to take another look at the strategy that you're speaking of.
Thank you. And with that in mind, I would make I think we have to move on, vote on this motion, but I would make a motion that we postpone so that we can take a look at what that expense would be and whether or not we would have paraprofessionals and bilingual teachers who would be willing to step up, make some extra money, and provide those services.
We'll definitely do so, if it's the will of the board.
Thank you, sir.
Trustee Song? Thank you, Trustee Cruz, for bringing this forward. I think it's in line with our board self-constraint to be inclusive of families that speak languages other than English in our decision-making that we hear from them. So my questions are a little bit practical here. So for the first sentence, I can imagine very clearly how that would work, right? Somebody wants to speak to the board, they contact board services via email or by phone, and we make sure that we are responsive in whatever language they reach out to us in. For the second part, simultaneous interpretation services shall be provided. I know we've discussed hiring interpreters for Spanish. Is this, how do we read this? Because there's so many languages that are spoken. So, I mean, I think moving forward with Spanish first makes a lot of sense. It is the largest language that is spoken in Houston ISD. Are we also talking about, sign language, which was discussed this last week, or Vietnamese or other languages as well? So how does the, Trustee Chris, how, you brought this forward, give us a little bit more thought about the second sentence there.
May I answer, Madam President? So, yeah, that's why I wrote non-English speaking, because then it leaves it up for, it could be any language, and I think we do need to start with Spanish, given it is the most widely spoken language of our English learner population. And simultaneous interpretation means that someone is translating, like you're basically speaking the other language at the same time that the person is speaking. So kind of to Trustee Guidry's question, just because you're bilingual doesn't mean that you can interpret. It takes a very special skill to be able, your brain is literally, you're hearing the person speak, you are translating, and then you are literally translating the next sentence in your head, and it is it's so the person who's listening doesn't miss a beat, right? Because if you do side by side, you might miss a few things, you forget what the person said. The simultaneous keeps it on pace. So just because someone is bilingual, and it may very well be that we do have bilingual staff that does have that skill set, but just because you are bilingual doesn't necessarily mean that you can interpret simultaneously.
So Trustee Chris, the first sentence I get, practically speaking, whatever language, someone comes in and they speak Mandarin Chinese, well, then we find somebody in the building who can help them fill out the form, and then day of, we make sure we have someone who can help translate when they are speaking to the board. The second part, having simultaneous interpretation services provided, it may be harder to source. If someone signs up and we know that they're coming, that's one thing. But somebody could show up without notice, right? It's a public meeting. Someone can show up and they say, I would like simultaneous interpretation services, and the language I needed in is Chinese. And then we can't source that. Like, we can't turn around and find that person. So I support this. I just, very practically speaking, I don't see how we do the second part, the second sentence in all languages.
So are you thinking we specify on the second sentence?
I think yes. Okay. I mean, I think is the intent here that we do Spanish first, and then we, figure out.
Yeah, I think if we start with one, that puts us in the right path.
Okay. So then we just need to figure out the language for that, and I'm supportive of that. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I do have a question about that, because we do have over 100 languages spoken in HISD. So if it says on that same second sentence, and I know you said that it would be $40,000 per year. Is this $40,000 per year for each language? Because being a good steward of the children's money, when you're talking about simultaneous interpretation for the duration of the in-person board meeting and via broadcast, that would be an enormous amount of money for over 100,000 100 different languages, and they have until that morning to even sign up. Turnaround would be really, I agree with the very first one, but I would have an issue with the money that it would cost to do over 100 languages for. Sure.
Thanks. I mean, I think Trustee Sung's suggestion of focusing on one language to start in the second sentence would probably make sense.
If we start with one language and leave out the other 99 languages when you get to simultaneously, I would agree with the top one for all languages. and the second half we would work on eventually. But to provide any person that wants to fill out the public comment form in any language that is offered in our district. So, okay, I'm through with my question. Trustee Hernandez?
Thank you. I also agree with the first sentence. I believe that we should be able to do that and help individuals that don't speak English fill out any of the forms. With the second sentence, I also agree that might be impossible to provide simultaneous interpretation for over 100 languages. So I would suggest we add something, at least right now, something along the lines of like the number one, the first other language other than English, right? The highest percentage of other language other than English. Something along those lines to that sentence, because that could change over time. And obviously you can add the first and second one. And I want to add as well that I agree with Trustee Cruz's comments about being bilingual does not mean that you can simultaneously interpret. It's a very difficult task, even if you are bilingual certified. It is not, does not mean that you can translate, especially simultaneously. So I think that for the respect of our community that does not speak English, I would go with a professional service that does that kind of work instead of our teachers or staff.
Madam President, if I might add, we do know that Spanish, Arabic, and Vietnamese are the three languages that are most spoken throughout the school district and community. We also know that closed caption could be an option as well. We do and have updated the teamwork that's been working on a new agenda software that would allow us to do the closed captioning. So it might be, just as a suggestion to the group, it may be that we focus on Spanish here and maybe look at some kind of closed caption option for the other languages that are most prevalently spoken. And as those languages grow over the course of the year or years, we look at maybe more interpreters if the demand grows in those particular areas.
Trustee Blueford Daniels?
Thank you, Madam President. I expressed some concern with this. I hate ilwe ase I hate it they express say unconcerned as late Eden made. I expressed that I'd have some concerns last meeting with the interpretation part. I just started. That can't be 2 minutes already. I'm gonna follow EEOs, but I'm gonna follow. And so I expressed my concern about the cost and of incurring the various languages. I spoke specifically about the fact that we've got signage in the south side, on the south side of Mandarin. We've got a large population of Haitians, Creoles, etc. And I know that we have to be receptive to our largest population. I agree with that. But I think that we're just going to open up a whole NK of Ernst way with the various languages and translation. I was going to suggest that perhaps Iwe Uke Ude Idhe Onhe Anstre Aisle Onhe Ide Scrape. I was going to suggest that we could use it and translate on the screen as something to supplement an opportunity. Because I totally agree. I think the closed caption, that was my point, I'm glad you brought that up. Because I think the closed caption would be an opportunity for us to incorporate and have everybody feel part of this meeting and sign up, et cetera. You know, because the thing about it is, we can spend a lot of time talking about this, but we don't spend a whole lot of time talking about how we're going to improve these failing schools. That should be our concentration. And even with any type of translation, those black kids in this district, these D and F schools who speak English are still at the bottom. So let's talk about how we're going to improve that.
And I'll be sharing some insight around priorities that was emailed to you guys today. That'll be rolled out to the larger community tomorrow, the 100-day update. So we're looking forward to tackling it all. Yes, ma'am.
Legal question. So we are going to go into closed session.
Dr. Allen, may I speak really quickly? I've been in the queue for I don't know how long. I don't know how I've been passed up.
It didn't. I don't know. Let me ask the legal team. I'm sorry. Yes. Okay, Santos. I don't know if she wants to make a comment or before we go into legal. Well, it may be a legal question.
It's not a legal question.
It's not illegal? I just asked you, is it a legal question? But if it's a legal question, we have to go. If it's a legal question, then we have to go to legal, but
No,
if
I
it's
have comments on.
Okay, then go ahead and ask.
Thank you. So 62% of students in HISD are Hispanic, and it doesn't mean we're going to discount this population, saying, no, we can't service this population because we can't service 8% or 3%, because that's, again, when we talk about equity or whatever, you don't service an entire 62% population because we can't do it for all. It's the larger percentage. You're not going to discount a segment because you can't get it all when they are the larger population, number one. Number two, the expertise, that's people are trained, they're certified, they go to school for translation. Additionally, if I'm the bilingual teacher up here and Mr. Reed is saying, I hate, Santos Elementary School, and I'm a teacher there, I might have some biases and not interpret correctly. So there, and then on top of that, so this goes directly to schools that are quote-unquote failing. Because if parents where schools are 45% Latino are in that failing category, they can't advocate. I'm worried about how many parents can't help their own kids advocate for what's going on in their classrooms. This is ridiculous. I don't even understand why we're debating this. So my final point is, can we amend this? Simultaneous interpretation services will be provided for the duration of the in-person board meeting and via broadcast, beginning with Spanish and with a long-term goal to integrate other languages.
Did we have a minute? She had something. I know.
The board will now adjourn to closed or executive session after Chapter 551 of Texas Government Code Open Meetings Act, subsection 004,
.071, .072, .073, .074, .076, .082, .0821, .083, .084, and .089. Should board final action, vote, or decision on any matter considered in the closed session be required, such final action, vote, or decision shall be taken at the open meeting covered by this notice upon the reconvening of this public meeting or at a subsequent public meeting of the board upon notice thereof. The board has been adjourned at 8:15 p.m. on November 11, 2021.
Now, please. And then postpone, am I doing this right, Lisa? Or Ms.
Table.
McBride? Do I have to move to table the rest of our business and move up hearing of the community, or just to move up hearing of the community?
Just to move up hearing of the community.
Okay.
Trustee Dygard, I'm sorry, I probably walked in a little bit late. Have we already dealt with the business that was already on the table?
Oh, we have to finish that because it's
Yes.
on the table.
Yes,
Thank you.
ma'am.
Okay.
Trustee Cruz?
I move,
Oh, wait, I forgot to get us back in.
Meeting is now reconvened at 9:12 PM. Trustee Cruz?
I move that we postpone the amendment and the policy K1 to the next board meeting on November 18th.
And the original.
Sung?
And the original K1 policy.
We have a motion by Trustee Cruz and a second by Trustee Sung. Are there any questions from my colleagues? The motion is to postpone the amendment and the K1. Please vote. Nine for, 0 against. Trustee Dygard?
Thank you. I move that we move hearing of the community up to now and table the rest of our business until after our speakers, please.
Second.
We have a motion and a second by Trustee Dygard to move the hearing of the community up. Please vote. Nine for, 0 against. We have now come to the portion of our meeting for the hearing of the community. Speakers, we are glad you are here and look forward to hearing your views. Only those who are registered by 9:30 a.m. today may speak this evening. Copies of handout materials must have been provided to board services by 9:30 a.m. today. We have 18 remaining speakers registered this evening. Speakers are limited to 2 minutes each. I'd like to remind speakers that when addressing the board, please stay on topic and refrain from naming individuals, especially students, as they are protected under the Family Education Rights and Privacy Act. However, naming your own child is permissible in the course of stating your concern. The board encourages and welcomes comments and input from our community, but we cannot respond to, or deliberate on any subject that is not included on the posted agenda. That is, the board cannot deliberate or respond directly to a speaker in this format. So that each person who has signed up to speak can be heard by the board, we ask that there be no disruption of the meeting by members of the audience, no abusive statements or actions, no threats or confrontation, and no audible expressions by the audience of approval or disapproval. We ask that you please speak directly into the microphone. The clock on the wall to your right and on the podium will count down your time and will signal when your time is up. I ask that you please respect our procedures and other speakers, and in your remarks promptly when the time has expired. Would Steve Moore please come to the podium and state your name?
Members of the board and staff, thank you for your dedication and long hours. My name is Steve Moore. I am the founder and president of an investment company that has roughly 300 employees in the Houston area. I assure you, it is not education, but mostly life skills, morals, professional behavior, which should start in the classroom, critical thinking, and personal work ethic that determines who gets raises and promotions and who gets fired. Most of what students memorize is soon forgotten anyway. We have well-paid staff who forgot how to calculate the area of a triangle or how many branches of government there are. Attempting to teach academics without first teaching life skills to your perhaps over 20% lost kids is like trying to drive a car without first fixing the flat tire. Just improving test results will do little to help students reach their full lifetime potential, which is part of your mission statement. 2 generations ago, more kids went to church and watched TV shows that promoted work ethic and moral values. At my age, I remember Truth, Justice, and the American Way. But kids' entertainment today is filled with sex, violence, materialism, instant gratification, and Superman's motto is no longer truth, justice, and the American way. I hope board members can incognito observe typical classes to see firsthand how many students are bored by irrelevant academic subjects and entertain themselves by disrupting learning.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. Dr. Kevin Sims. Dr. Kevin Sims. Sam Smith. Sam Smith. Marie Pitkin Flores.
Good evening. My name is Marie Flores. I'm a parent of an HISD student. Because it's so difficult to obtain bus information and because my daughter's school bus has been so unreliable this year, it's too stressful for our family to use HISD transportation. Being late to school is not acceptable to us, so I take her myself. It is also frustrating that her last bus ride home from school was almost an hour and a half. She lives less than 10 miles from the school. But in an effort to be helpful, I would like to encourage the use of advancement in technology for improving the routing and scheduling process. The quantum team for the MIT Operations Research Center won the inaugural Boston Public Schools Transportation Challenge, a competition intended to generate ideas to help the school system streamline routes, reduce emissions, and save money. Building school bus routes manually can be a multi-week process. MIT's solution devises routes in about 30 minutes. Every single route is checked by people with years of experience. In recent years, major school systems have been turning to the efficiencies that have made ride-sharing such a successful enterprise. The New York City school system announced that it would be teaming up with the ride-sharing app Via to help improve its routing and busing. Communication with drivers, principals, parents, and students is a human element that cannot be replaced, but I think HISD should make use of advancements in technology that facilitate the expeditious creation of efficient routing and scheduling, which could then be improved upon by experienced transportation employees. Any efforts that could improve the reliability of HISD transportation, improve efficiency, reduce emissions, and save money, I'm sure, would be appreciated by all.
Thank you very much. Samuel Cole Reiner.
I'm not going to be intimidated by anybody or bullied by anybody or put up with that if someone else is being bullied. That's kind of one of the basis of our freedoms here in America. It's Veterans Day, so I'd like to remember all of our veterans that give us that freedom. That's why I'm here. The teachers have a teachers union. The school board has a administration, look after them. Parents are supposed to look after their children. I'm responsible for my kids. I cannot say enough about how ironic it is that educators would ignore facts. I'm not interested in my opinions or your opinions. They're wavering and meek at best. Facts, however, are stubborn things and they require acknowledgement. This mask It has no basis on scientific fact at all. It does nothing for our kids. It's really upsetting. I'd like to know why the Pledge of Allegiance isn't said. I'd like to know why you're not teaching Spanish as much as you're teaching English. You talk about job skills. Most everything you have on your screen here is based by race. You should teach Spanish at a very early age. I mean, you talk about an applicable job skill, that is way up there. I'd like to know if you only teach the bad parts of history or if you acknowledge the good parts of history, you know, what we've done as a country to move to where we are now, far and above anybody else. I finished my CRT book, the college edition, and it was a disappointment on many levels, it really was. But one of the things that was disappointing is how easy it was to understand. I will not ever acknowledge that a person of color is inferior, or that my children, because they were born white, are racist at birth. That is foolishness. I don't care who.
Thank you. Nikki Kaiser. Nikki Kaiser. Jamie Collier. Jamie Collier. Anna Lopez.
Hi, thank you for letting me speak. I have a son, a 15-year-old in HISD, and last week for his English assignment, he was asked this question. He needed to write an essay about it. Why must we sometimes rebel against our parents to assert our own identity? And I wonder why a teacher needs to encourage a teenager to rebel against his parents. Just think, let it sink, think about it. I think teenagers rebel without the need of a teacher. I think in an English class, they should focus on more important things. But the very next day, I get emotional with this. The very next day in his AP Human Geography class, he got a whole speech about how privileged he is for being white. And let me tell you, he's not white. He's 50% Hispanic, 50% white. Stop judging people by the color of their skin. You know, somos todos iguales. Mi hijo es igual que su padre, rubio con ojos azules y blancos. He came home almost crying. Don't divide the kids. He's never looked at the color of the skin, never in his life. I'm not from this country. I was so happy to see it, because I see the color of the skin. I wasn't grown up in my country with this. I was so proud of him. I was so proud of HISD. He's been in HISD all his life. So proud to get to high school and start looking at people by the tone of his skin. That's...
Thank you. Michelle Williams.
Good evening, Superintendent House, Board Trustees. My name is Michelle Williams. I'm President of the Houston Education Association, TSTA-NEA. HISD, along with just countless school districts across the country, are grappling with the post-pandemic issues. Our administrators, teachers, support staff, custodians, cafeteria workers are dealing with an unprecedented amount of group fights, campus vandalism, food fights, and truancy, kids skipping classes. Teachers are being asked to cover classes for absent coworkers while trying to keep up with the extra paperwork, close learning gaps, and deal with repeated code of conduct infractions. I'm asking you all today, on behalf of my membership, to revisit the process for removal of students who repeatedly violate the code of conduct from campuses, so that administrators can keep their teachers, staff, and students safe. Because if this is not done, what's going to happen is accountability is not going to be our issue. We're going to face a tragedy on one of these campuses. So I'm asking you all to revisit the process of removal because it's an unprecedented year and the administrators' hands are being tied because they can't get these kids who are repeatedly breaking the code of conduct off of these campuses so that we can calm our campuses. Thank you.
Thank you. Danny Druby.
I'm a product of HISD and the father of 3 boys, and my oldest began kindergarten this year. My son is a bright and outgoing boy. He makes friends easily and reads well for his age. He has 2 college-educated parents. I'm not here to represent him. I'm here for the shy kid who is at new school and is struggling to make friends. For the 25% of children in this country who wear glasses. For the child of a family where English, like mine, was not the primary language at home, to whom it is more essential to see faces to develop phonetically. For the child who may come from an abusive home, for whom their teacher's smiling face is a welcome reprieve. This mandate will widen the achievement gap between these kids and kids like mine. You do it in the name of student safety, but do you have any data or evidence to support this? Explain the logic of why you would require the same thing for my kindergartner, who has a much lower risk and a higher burden to bear, as you would for a senior in high school. Dr. Marty McCary from Johns Hopkins, do mass reduce transmission in children? Believe it or not, we could find only a single retrospective study on the question and its results were inconclusive. Dr. Elisa Schechter-Perkins, I'm not the Director of Infectious Disease at Boston Medical Center. I'm not aware of any studies that show conclusively that kids wearing masks in schools has any effect on their comorbidity or mortality or the hospitalization or the death rate in the community around them. Where's your evidence? We're seeing this play out in real time with the surrounding districts. There are 28 million kids aged 5 to 11 in the U.S. 94 have died from COVID. Albeit tragic, this is fewer than we expect from a normal flu season. Per your COVID dashboard, District 5, 20 elementary schools. Do we know the average number of COVID cases in the schools? Between 0 and 1. Applications for private schools are due in January. These parents are going to vote with their feet. I know 50 to 100 families that will leave this district. When the parents apply, they're gone for good. We beg you, take these masks off these kids, particularly and stop making it more difficult for the most vulnerable in our community to learn and develop. Show us the evidence. You don't have any.
Thank you. Thank you. Mercedes Harris.
Math.
Good evening. I'm Mercedes Harris, and I would first like to thank all of you for your hard work, as I know your role is challenging daily. I'm a parent expressing my concern on how the matrix has been calculated for students opting into school choice. Specifically, students that opted out of the spring 2021 STAR are being measured academically by one data point during a tumultuous pandemic. HISD is constantly assessing our students, and we need to add additional data points in the matrix calculation to be fair to students who were coping with the global pandemic last school year. My suggestion is to use other measurable factors to represent the entire student based on their performance today, instead of a snapshot from last spring when we were deep in the pandemic. The new matrix calculation is not working. It has been stated that students are not penalized for opting out of the STAR. Those students were indeed penalized, and it will impact the rest of their lives by not being eligible for a school of their choice based on the matrix cutoff. I'm urging you to reevaluate the matrix calculator and how it is not truly representing the students' performance today. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Harris. Carolyn Walter. Carolyn Walter. Khalid Kruger.
It's Kelly. Why do my kids have to bear the burden of y'all deciding you want to break the law for not following the governor's mandates? Our children are not super spreaders. If so, show me the data. Make it make sense for me. I need to see why my kids are being threatened to fill out a reflection sheet if their masks come off of their face one more time. I find it ironic that when it was Hispanic Heritage Week, the mariachi band performed at my children's school. Kids and teachers danced, sang, and sat together. Yet an hour later, they sat in the cafeteria, a few classes at a time, every other seat. And you can say, oh, well, it was because they were taking their masks off to eat. Are you serious? These kids' masks fall off their face all day. They don't wear them outside, thank God. I see them wrestling, I see them playing, I see them acting like kids, I see them playing freeze tag. This is all a giant joke, especially compared to all the other districts with no mandates. Where are all their spike cases for not enforcing masks? Letting parents eat with their children at school, volunteering for class activities at school. I'm asking you, make it make sense for me. Please, show me your data. My son was sent home for 10 days last week because of one student who contracted COVID from home. If the masks work like y'all think or say, why is my son being sent home? Wasn't the mask supposed to prevent him from catching COVID? If the masks work, then why is my 6-year-old sitting in front of a computer for 4 hours straight, missing an entire week of school plus, which is such a waste of time and money? That TOL learning system is a joke. Such a waste. You have robbed me and robbed all of us of knowing what it's like to love the school that their kids go to. You have robbed my first grader of ever knowing what it's like to have a normal school year. You have robbed me of my precious time with my kids at school, enjoying and being a part of their school activities. I'm done with this district. Is make families like mine leave this district.
Thank you.
And not to mention, you will be losing a lot of good teachers, and I know that for a fact. Shame on all y'all.
Megan Jasper. Megan Jasper. Carlos Bettis.
I am parent of a HISD student. I'm here on behalf of my son. My son used to be happy, very happy, always saying hi to everybody, even though he doesn't know the person. He is always happy to go to school. But suddenly something changed. One day we find him crying in one of our closets, and we came and we asked, why are you crying? And he goes like, it's because, this mask that they make me wear on school, it makes me feel insecure, and I think the teacher is mad at me, and the teachers all the time on top of me, tell me to put the mask all the way above my nose holes, and suddenly he's crying and he's insecure, and he's not the son that that we raised. We raised a son that is meant to be happy, because we're here to be happy, not just to scare the kids, And he's telling me his teacher all the time on his back because he can't even breathe with his mask. So I want to ask you, I work 12 hours a day, and I'm just here to ask you to listen to the parents, listen to the data, because according to a study from CDC itself, the mask only stopped the spreading of the virus 1.8%. 1.8%. We destroying the life of our kids for 1.8%. I'm asking you to listen to the parents, listen to the data, and please stop with this madness, because we destroying the life of our kids, the childhood of our kids for 1.8%. This mask don't work. If they work, why people still?
Thank you. Jackie Abreu Hill.
evening. Okay, HISD posted this picture on your Instagram on November 4th with Travis Scott, posing with the children at Young Elementary. He is not wearing a mask. I don't know why. I mean, celebrities, I guess, are exempt. So this has been removed since, which I assume from the absolute tragedy that happened. It's very unfortunate. Now, despite the fact that he's a celebrity from our community, our school district is showing him as a role model. Okay? He dropped out of college, promotes violence at his shows. He posted on his Instagram to the kid who blacked out, "You're a hero," and didn't stop his show when there was absolute chaos happening right in front of his very eyes. Great role models don't have music lyrics like "F'd 3 hoes this week, she just want the cocoa, poppin' pills is all we know, it ain't a mosh pit if there ain't no injuries, she's snorting 3 lines like Adidas." Why would we promote this? His music is not only trash, he's not a good role model for our students. All eyes are on Houston right now, you guys, and we are not looking good. I'm not sure who runs your social media, but some of the people you promote are not good role models for our children in this community. It would be best to stick to education and leave Hollywood out of our schools. Considering more schools will be planting more gardens in his name and his foundation, I would strongly suggest you look at that. Remember this, Isaiah said, "All the makers of idols will be put to shame and disgraced, and they will go off into disgrace together." Thank you.
Thank you. Jana McEwen. Jana McEwen. That brings us to the end of our comments. We now have a consideration and approval of minutes from October 14th and 21st for 2021. No, she said she's done her. It was put by Cruz, but this is. Oh, okay.
So you need to discuss it specifically to identify that it's on the consent agenda.
Okay. Let me tell.
She said, she just say it's on the consent agenda? Yeah, you're going to have to just acknowledge that it's on.
Okay. Our item K2 that we had pulled is now being placed back on the consent agenda. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes of the regular monthly board meeting held on October 14th, 2021, and the special meeting held on October 21st, 2021? Motion with your name?
So moved, Hernandez.
And their second?
Dygard, second.
We have a motion by Trustee Hernandez and a second by Trustee Dygard. Is there any discussion? Please vote. We have 9 for, 0 against. We are now ready to consider items discussed in executive session. Are there any motions? I thought you had it.
I don't. She does it. It's over here.
Okay.
I move that the board authorize the district to settle the matter of Mario Cortez versus HISD et al. in the County Court at Law Number 4, Harris County, Texas, cause number 1148858, on the terms discussed in closed session effective November 12, 2021.
Second. We have a motion by Trustee Guidry and a second by Trustee Plainville-Seca. Please vote. Nine for, 0 against.
I move that the board authorize the district to settle the matter of Madeline O. BNF Krista and Robert O. versus HISD before the Texas Education Agency, TEA docket number 245, SE 0821, on the terms discussed in closed session effective November 12, 2021.
We have a motion by trustee Guidry and a second by trustee Flynn Villasecca. Please vote. Five, six, seven, eight. Who's missing? Santos.
That's it? You have to read this one, and that one. Yeah, got to read it.
We have 6 for, 2 against, 1 abstain.
I move that the board approve a finding of no good cause for educators to resign or abandon employment contracts without district consent under Section 21.105C, 21.160C, or 21.210C of the Texas Education Code as discussed in closed session, and authorize the superintendent or his designee to submit a written complaint to SBEC to impose sanctions as discussed in closed session effective November 12, 2021.
We have a motion by trustee Guidry and a second by trustee Flynn Villasecca. Please vote. We have 8 for, 1 abstain.
I move that the board approve the balance of the closed session personnel agenda, including specifically that the board approve proposed terminations of continuing term and probationary contracts, approve end-of-term terminations of probationary contracts, that the board approve proposed non-renewals of term contracts, that the board approve issuance of fourth-year probationary contracts, and that the board authorize the superintendent or his designee to provide notice of the same, that the board approve separation and release agreements, that the board approve withdrawals of contract recommendations, and that the board approve issuance of final orders on contract terminations and non-renewals as discussed in closed session effective November 12, 2021.
We have a motion by trustee Guidry and a second by trustee Flynn Villasecca. Please vote. We have 8 for, 1 abstain.
I move that the board authorize the superintendent or his designee to negotiate, execute, and amend all documents pertaining to a release of use restrictions related to a privately owned property in the Niels Esperson Industrial District and vicinity of David Burnett Elementary School and Ninfa Lorenzo Early Childhood Center for the purpose of constructing an expansion of East End Maker Hub, a mixed-use property on the terms discussed in closed session effective November 12, 2021.
We have a motion by trustee Guidry and a second by trustee Flynn Villasecca. Please vote. We have 9 for, 0 against. We are now ready to consider the balance of today's agenda. Do I have a motion to accept the balance of today's agenda?
So moved, Cruz.
Is there a second?
And President Allen, just making clear for the minutes that that balance of today's agenda now includes item K2.
Thank you. Do I need to say it?
You already took care of that, yeah.
Okay. We have a motion by trustee Cruz and a second by trustee Sung. Are there any comments or questions from my colleagues? Please vote. Nine for, 0 against. We are now ready to hear reports and comments from board members. Please limit your time to 1 minute per trustee. Let's start at trustee Sung.
Happy Veterans Day, everybody. Thank you.
Trustee Guidry?
Happy Veterans Day. Thank you to our teachers, our paraprofessionals, our bus drivers, our cooks, everyone who is included to make HISD the excellent school district that we are. And I know we have work to do, but I still believe excellence resides within HISD. Thank you, Superintendent House.
Trustee Hernandez?
Happy Veterans Day, everyone. Have a good night.
Trustee Flynn Villaseka?
Happy Veterans Day, happy Thanksgiving that's coming up here in a couple of weeks, not even. Please be safe. Also looking forward to hearing more about the 100-day plan recap that Superintendent House has coming out. Looking forward to the conversation that we'll be having. Also, I know that we were just completing a round of homecomings. So to all the high schools that were celebrating homecomings, congratulations to the seniors and to the athletes and the scholar athletes and all of that as well. And also recognizing the wife of a student that we lost in the tragedy on Friday at Heights High School.
Thank you. Happy Veterans Day, happy American Heritage Month, and happy Educational Support Professionals Day. Thank you. Trustee Cruz?
Gracias a las mamás que estuvieron con nosotros hoy en la noche para expresar la importancia de proveer esta reunión en el idioma que ustedes entienden. Nosotros vamos a hacer lo posible para que puedan entender lo que está sucediendo en esta reunión. Buenas noches.
Trustee Bluefer Daniels?
Salute to our veterans. Happy birthday, belated birthday to Alondria, my daughter. Deepest condolences and prayers to the families of those impacted by the tragedy at the NRG concert. Congratulations to the Houston Astros, North Forest Bulldogs, and Wheelie Wildcats for their district playoff berth. Go Bulldogs, go Wildcats.
Trustee Santos?
Thank you so much, President Allen. I just want to express my deepest condolences to the families of Alexis Cantu and Brianna Rodriguez. They were both students in District 1, Waltrip High School, Rambling Rose, and Heights High School Redcoats. As a student, I lost my best friend to gun violence. I volunteered after I graduated to come back to serve the community that lacked programs. As a teacher, I lost students, and I knew how desperately schools in areas with high concentration of poverty needed more after-school programming, needed the arts, needed fine arts to get our kids engaged. As a new mom, I look at my son and all the hugs and kisses and snuggles and tears, because as a new mom, we have them, right? And I just can't see how all of that ends with gun violence or a single bullet or at a concert. We need to do better as a district to make sure that we put $42 million back into fine arts like we voted on and said we would, so that we keep the guns out of our kids' hands and put instruments and theater programs and things that actually interest our kids. So just want to say that I give big hugs and my deepest condolences to the District 1 community, and that I'm not going to quit advocating for fine arts. Thank you.
Trustee Dygard?
Thank you. First, on this Veterans Day, I want to thank our employees, alumni of our district, family members, and community members who have served our country. Prayers for everyone who lost a loved one or friend in the horrible tragedy at Astroworld. Let's keep them all in our prayers. And then this is just a little housekeeping thing I observed tonight. We have all of our goals and our constraints very clearly articulated down here. We can't see them, but they're also not really easy for the public to see them, and so it could be kind of cool to put them out there for the public, just like we have them back here for us. Just a thought, because this is the core of our work down here, and I just want to make sure that we as a board and as a community are grounded in it. So just a thought. Thank you. Good night.
Mr. Superintendent, do you have any reports for us at this time?
Yes, as indicated, Madam President, our deepest condolences to all of the students and community members that were impacted most recently at NRG. But also, just wanted to provide, I'm done. So just wanted to provide just a quick snapshot of a few important items. Let's see. Can someone transition the slide, please? Yeah, I flipped it. There we go. Just wanted to provide some insight in reference to where we ended at Snapshot, which was about 194,695 students. That's about four or five columns over under 2021-22 current. Of course, Snapshot was a very important date for us, but I just wanted to make sure you all were up to speed in reference to exactly what that looks like and where we landed after Snapshot. Also wanted to provide some insight in reference to where the data is. It's getting better, and that's a positive thing. These are some of the key indicators and takeaways that we continue to look at, as well as some other pieces. Our COVID-19 team continues to meet as well, but as you can see here, we started off the school year August the 23rd at a 24% 14-day average positivity rate. We're at about 5.3 now. Things are progressively going in the right direction. This is just another look by date of where we are, and we hope, especially during the holidays, that we continue to head in the right direction in Harris County and across the country. These are just a few items. As I indicated, things are heading in the right direction. Of course, we brought back the largest school district in the state of Texas, and with the mitigation measures that we've had in place, we've held one of the lowest rates in reference to COVID, which was 0.21. Something that we want our community to know, for those that are interested, is that the vaccine is available for 5 through 11-year-olds, and student field trips have been reinstituted for our students, and we are in the process of exploring the best approach to possibly updating our mask mandate requirement at the end of the semester. As someone mentioned, I think Trustee Flynn Villaseca indicated, the 100-day update, which I'm extremely excited about, has been sent to you all. You should have it in your email queue. We will be rolling it out tomorrow, so very exciting about what it's going to look like. We are right now between November and December on this particular timeline, which means that we're still moving forward with the focus groups. We're going to have an opportunity to engage with you all specifically, I believe, on the 18th around where we are and what this looks like. Just a reminder, you have seen this and you do have this piece. Also, reach that 100-day. I've had the opportunity to make offers pretty much for every position on the cabinet that I'm extremely excited about. We've built a world-class team. My theory of action is it always starts at the top with talent. And I feel like we've built a team that will allow us to ensure that we accomplish the things that we need to in this school district in a very progressive manner. And last but not least, as we've heard over and over, Happy Veterans Day to the many that have kept our country safe and done the things that we expect that we know are important for this country. Good night.
We look forward to seeing you at our next regular board meeting on December 9th, 2021. Agenda review for that meeting will be held on December 2nd, 2021. There being no further business, this meeting is officially adjourned at 9:56 p.m. Thank you.